Yeah, Gravita. When you need me, all you gotta do is holler. Not for real, I'ma hear you when you holler. I'll be right there in my cape, FSK below my collar. Oh, trouble, want some trouble? Well then I'm double, let's get it poppin'. I got some issues I've been dealing with. About to lose my scholarships. Friends, family, loved ones, so you know inside I'm sick. You may think you're tough, but you don't know what you're about to get. I let it build up, then feed you all of it. No apologies, this may hurt a bit. No.
What up? What up? We back for part 3. We in the building. FSK. Back again. Part 3 of Freestyle Comics Day. Yes, we are out here with our... Oh, we all got our Marvelous FSK shirts on right now. The Marvelous editions. Oh, get those at the shop. $13 today. It's in the link. It's in the No, not the comments. It's in the little edit. Look,
places.
It's right here. If you're looking at the screen, it's right up there. The link for the shirts, all of it, all that stuff. Hey, I'm super jazzed up. We got another banger coming out you. The VIPs is self-publishing. We're in the building right now. Let's bring them on up. First off, Victor Dandridge, the man, the host, bringing it back. Hardworking man in comics. He is on his 3rd outfit today, people.
This is only my 2nd outfit. This is my moderating outfit.
No. When you last time you wore the hat backwards to the side. This time you were in the hat.
That counts. That
counts.
Oh, okay. Well then, shoot. I'll take it.
Are you wearing the traditional work from home? You got like basketball shorts on?
Not today. Actually, I'm wearing actual pants today.
Normally basketball shorts.
Normally, I am pantsless when I do these pants. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Right here.
You heard it right here. All right. So before we jump in this panel, I got one more. I'm hitting y'all with these Carla testimonials throughout the whole day.
Let's go. She
I'm
trash.
giving you one more here.
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't think if that was you in that situation, you would feel some type of way that the best friend, who's also another female, knew before you did?
I would have to dig a little deeper because did she know of the best friend prior to? Like, is this somebody that she knows of and can kind of say that that's kind of her friend, if you will, off of the strength that that's him? Because I would say that if the relationship was already known prior to them being together, if he came into the relationship saying, okay, this is my best friend, you know, I would assume that she probably does know a lot more than me.
Okay.
Because I knew coming into the relationship that was his best friend. So I can only assume that. I have a lot of male best friends, and I hold a lot of secrets for them that their women are not privy to. And that's my best friend. So I'm not going to share that with you just because you're his woman. You know, that's our relationship. But again, I would never cross the line of, a sexual relationship versus friendship with my best friend. So I kind of think that she has to... It would depend on the relationship, how it was presented to her initially.
Okay.
That's what it would be based on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. This feedback, this is awesome. Getting these different perspectives and, especially getting it from a female that, plotting that out and thinking it from different angles. I want to thank you for joining us today, and I'm going to return it back to our panel. Awesome.
That's real. That's that right there. The brown sugar argument, okay? The brown sugar argument. Tay Diggs' wife didn't know nearly as much as his best friend. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's real. All right. Well, we're about to get this bad boy started.
Look,
hey,
you've been commenting all day. Look at you.
Sloppy. I'm getting sloppy today, baby.
Come on now.
All right, let's get it cracking. Let's do some of this branding. Let's get the thing looking real good. Let's check in with our people, see how they're doing collecting this money for us today, because we're looking for $1 donations. You're more than welcome to give more. Yeah, they're still hard at work, everybody. I cannot believe the star power that has come out for FSK today. This is ridiculous. I mean, Oprah is still here. She's been here since 10 a.m.
I want to know what David Spade's doing. He's just sitting there. He's not doing anything.
He's actually reading Hot Shot right now.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
He's reading Hot Shot. That's what he's doing. He downloaded it and he's reading it on his phone in his lap. That's what he's doing.
All right. Hey, well, David, tell us how you feel, but get these donations, baby. That's what we're here for today. Let's get this panel started, everybody. About to give you information where you can donate right now. Oh, where are we at?
Oh, we got to do another tally.
Yeah, we got to do another tally. All right. Because, we're getting there. Bang!
Man, that theme song gets me going every time. Oh my goodness.
Exciting, right?
Every time.
That's my girl, Eva, boy. She gets it.
Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Get me excited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Wait, were you gonna say something, Mike? I'm sorry.
Updated total right now is 477.
Hey, okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's get 500 by the end of the panel.
We gonna do that. What we about to drop right now is about to be worth that. Promise.
Right.
Trust. Okay? That's what we're about to do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the VIPs of Self-Publishing. I'm Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics, and it is my honor to have on this virtual stage some of the most prolific creators in the game. I'm going to have you guys give yourselves a quick intro as we run around the room, but I'm going to break it down. I'm going to start with Kat first, and then we'll work our way around the Lori, and we'll work our way back up. That's what we'll do. So, Kat, take it away.
Well, thank you, and congrats on the hard day and the great show. But yeah, I'm Kat. Most people know me as Comic NO because of the YouTube stuff. I do YouTube reviews, but this is about publishing comics. So I write Like Father, Like Daughter. We're actually going to launch the Kickstarter for Like Father, Like Daughter issue 7 in November. Very excited for that. Just gave the packages for issue 6. So also excited for everyone to have it in their hands. And also I'm the writer for They Call Her the Dancer.
Beautiful, beautiful. Lori.
Brown book, by the way. I love it. I need
Thank you.
How you really feel, Mike? How you really feel?
It's my favorite thing to write.
I feel like you're holding back still. Lori, please.
No worries. I'm Lori Foster. I co-own Unlikely Heroes Studios. I write, I edit, and I ink for them as well.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
She's a beast. She's also known as New Life. If you give her some pencils, she will give new life to your pencils because she's an inker extraordinaire.
She did the 2 pages? The 2 pages you did?
Yes, she did.
He has been talking about these 2 pages since you gave it to him, okay? Like, it's almost obscene, okay? Like, the 2 pages have already applied for a restraining order for Mike. I just want you to know that you did that. Thank you. Ted, sir, you are up.
I'm the president of Hero Tomorrow Comics, creator, co-writer of Apama, The Undiscovered Animal, creator, writer, also colorist on these, Tap Dance Killer, and our new one, Punchline, and the Vaudevillains.
Love that. Chuck.
What's going on, gang?
Old school killer right there, Ted. Old school killer. I love his style. I love it.
Thank you, sir.
What's up, everybody? I'm Chuck Pino. I'm a freelance writer and editor, creator of such things as Belial, Essence House, Welcome to the Void. Belial 2 is on Kickstarter right now. Essence House, the audio drama, is being turned into a novel and will be on Kickstarter on November 1st. And, of course, you can always check out my Chuck's Raw reviews where I talk about amazing books that I love here on YouTube.
I love it. Somebody in the comments said Chuck MFing Pinot. Now that's your new title. That is your new title right there.
It's not that new, but I'll take it.
Oh, well, okay.
That's perfect, because Chuck, I ain't got a nickname for you yet, because we ain't been kicking it yet. I've been kicking it with all them down there, so I know them. But you need to click it more. So
you and I are about to kick, homie. We're about to kick.
This has got real. You don't even know. Most epic art. Who is you? What do you do?
I'm just a kid from a little city called Cleveland. I just happen to be the most enthusiastic person in comics, publisher of Short Fuse Media Group, founder of Freestyle Komics, aka Superman brother in the building, and lead artist and creative at Freestyle Komics on Hot Shot, little book that's out here.
I love it. So once again, I'm Victor Dandridge. I am the owner and creator of Vantage and House Productions, which just celebrated 10 years of full-time self-publishing last week. So what I've done is I've taken some of the different things that what?
You skipped Danny.
That's sorry, he don't love me.
It only says you.
But we both in the window.
See, I can't listen. You in the window, Danny's in the window, Veronica's in the window. I didn't know that everybody was doing it. Come on
earlier.
See, I was expecting the other picture piece for Danny. Okay, my bad.
Told you.
All right, so I'm Danny Cooper. I'm editor-in-chief of Freestyle Comics. I'm our lead letterer, aspiring writer, future writer for Heroes International. I think that covers about everything. Yeah, real quick.
Most diligent Google searching, technical, finding something, get you together person that I know. Next to Victor Dandridge and Ray McKenzie.
Thanks.
Danny takes care. He gets me together all the time. And I love it. I love him for it.
And shout out to Veronica, who's back there. Hi, Veronica. Hold it down. So through my years of self-publishing, there are concepts, precepts, ideals that I think make for an easier process to get work out. And I call them the VIPs of self-publishing, or 5 important principles of self-publishing. So with this, I want to throw these ideas out and see how you guys have handled them in your own experiences of creativity. So starting off with important principle number 1 is knowing the difference between an idea versus a story. And we kind of touched on this in the last panel. I was really afraid that Danny's whole talking point was going to make me reveal everything. So I'm so lucky that he didn't. But so many times we have ideas, and ideas are a dime a dozen. That's cool, but it doesn't make it a story. How many times have we encountered someone that's like, oh, I got this idea for a comic, and then it's word vomit of a series of and thens, but it's not really that beginning, middle, and end of a story, right? How do you guys handle that? How do you solve that issue of having a cool idea, but letting it develop into that beginning, middle, and end of a story? And Ted, I'm going to start with you first, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. It is for me about just compiling ideas, and trying to see which one starts to rise. I think I'm going to kind of go back to the example I just did on this Punchline character, because he was just an idea. It was just that I had this idea for a heavyweight boxer who would become a murderous clown assassin. In the Apama series, he was made to be an Apama villain, but the Apama story was taking so long, and because we're in the indie comics field, we go at glacier speed sometimes. So the Tap Dance Killer spun off, and then I have this idea for this boxing killer clown, and I thought, man, now I really see his story. It went from an idea to an arc, like how he integrates into our world because of other characters that were introduced. I had a really nice on-ramp for this character all of a sudden. And then once that happens, the ideas just start stacking up, and then you start outlining, and you feel like I've got a nice arc for this character now. And I think it's very important to know where you're going to end up. You don't have to have all the details in the middle, but once you do have that ending, or ending of an arc, then and the other thing I think is even more important, than story, is character. Like if you create great characters that are deep, and you answer all the backstory questions about them, what is their favorite food, etc. They're so much easier to write. And just having a guy who's a boxing clown, that's not a full-fledged character. But once I realized where he came from and what his relationship histories were like, it all fit into the universe. So I hope that answered it.
No. It's a great showcase of that concept. And Lori, I'm gonna pass the baton to you to see how you handle those things.
All right. Well, I think it's really important to simmer on ideas too. Like a lot of people, like you said, just have this really good idea and then they get really excited. I see it a lot in the indie community. Like they come up with a character and they get really excited, and then they start getting art made of the character, but like all they have is like a character and a look, and they don't really have anything past that, and then they never go further than that. That's where it stops. Because they get so excited about that one thing. And it's good to get excited about a character, but like you need to go back and you need to kind of plot out at least some kind of outline, and for an arc, like you said, or something like you need more than that. You need
Gotta build. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
And you don't
that.
need a full script necessarily, but like you need to start with something. You need an outline.
You need a path at the very least. I
Yeah.
agree with that. Kat?
Yeah, no, I think you bring up a really good point. I think in the indie community, especially, you do see that as like, oh, cool, I have a couple of pages. It's like, but what's the story? What is this about? And, you know, when you have that idea, you get very excited about that spark of your idea. But I think, you know, when you're writing something real, when you get that roadblock, you're like, oh, I'm not excited about this anymore. But then you figure out how to get excited about it again. You're like, oh, that works. And I think, yeah, it's the journey, either A, doing research, or B, figuring out your characters, your setting, your themes, and falling in love over and over again with the same thing, I think is a really big process. But I'm always a firm believer of, yes, A, outlines. You got to outline your stuff. But then B, I do think, especially in the indie community, I think we do need to work ahead a little bit too. I think, you know, having maybe an issue 1 script ready, obviously knowing where your arc is going. I think really preparation's the #1 rule of indie publishing, because you can't just jump the gun.
That's real. We're going to come back around on that one at another midpoint that I think is going to be perfect for you to come back on that. Chuck, if you will.
You know, Dave Chappelle, I think, brought up a really cool analogy, and he would say a good idea drives the car and you're the passenger. And he says, you know, like a good idea will come up and he'll be like, man, it's time. Get your ass in here. We're going to go. And if you're the one driving the car, then that's a statement of ego, and you're doing it for yourself rather than for the fact that, no, this is the time, this is the idea, this is what's going to work best right now. And so I try to follow that. I try to follow my gut and what feels right. I do agree, like as an editor and whatnot, I do think like planning stuff out and all that comes, but you don't have to force that. A good idea will tell you, hey man, this point is important, this point, and it will start putting those things out there. And then you go, oh crap, I got to write this. Like I have to make this happen because it's telling me it has to. And so you got to listen to that part and not tell it. And if you're telling it, it's not time for that one. Put it back. It'll come back. Don't worry about it. Or it won't. It might never be the time for that one.
That's so well said. Oh my God, I love that. And Mike and Danny, as you being kind of the newer writers in this position, I really want to hear what your thoughts are on that one.
Man.
What happened to the most enthusiastic person?
Man.
I know. What is that?
Because writing's serious.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes,
It's real
it is.
serious. LaShawn just came over to Emerald Quest and she tore into me. She been there 5 minutes. She let loose. Danny, I can't gauge him when I send him in the scripts. He has a very good poker face, but I know whatever comes, you know, whatever he brings, he's going to tell me the truth and really provide a lot of guidance. When it comes to things like writing, which is not my strongest point, but it's something I'm definitely trying to venture into. I lean on other people to be honest, to give me the right type of the feedback that I need to hear, not what I want to hear. Because as Lloyd is discovering over the last 2 days, I get into this comic book game. I get excited, and I pop off. This, as Danny said earlier, this thing started off as a DOLLA-THON, and look what it is turned into.
It's like 11 different people talking. Yeah,
but
that's Mike.
I like feedback. I live and breathe in a team environment. I absolutely enjoy it. So networking and talking and just going through ideas and throwing stuff on the wall, seeing what sticks and getting people's feedback really does help.
I think that looking at it from the FSK perspective, where we have so many titles and books and we have all these stories we're trying to tell, we really are trying to build this universe where everything connects. I'm guilty of being the idea what if guy and throwing these crazy ideas out at times, but knowing when not to be married to those and say, you know what, the direction we're trying to go, this isn't going to work. Maybe we can work this in some way later, but let's put that to the side for now and focus, on the direction we're going. A good example is last year's FSKDAY. I throw this crazy idea at Mike, and we have some great pictures of it when I'm telling him the story. He just has this, like, what the hell? Look on his face. Though it may have been a fantastic idea in my opinion, a very great way to take Hotshot in a little bit of a different direction. It didn't work with the story we were trying to tell, which was also very personal and passionate, very personal to Mike and something he's very passionate about telling this current storyline. So it was a great idea, but maybe now's not the time to work that into our story.
And we talked about that. Like, we got into our feelings. about that because like when I came up to Danny and I was so excited about the story that I had laid out for the next 4 issues of Hot Shot, and it is a very, very personal story. It deals with my mom. My stepdad used to beat on my mom every night. Me being a kid and, you know, honestly not doing anything because my mom told me to go back to my room. And I still struggle with that choice. I feel like I did the wrong thing. I should have went up there and helped my mom. Now, me being a grown-up, I understand I'm a kid. What can I do? I get that. But that's my mom, and I feel like I bitched out. So that's something I still deal with, and I want to examine that in the story. And I did all that and laid it out. I came to Danny and things like, man, that's so good. But what if we blow off Hot Shot? I was like, what?
You make that sound so arbitrary. Danny had a great idea. That's terrible.
It was a good idea. It is a good idea. And it's definitely, once we talked about it and we got outside of ourselves and we sat down and discussed it, we're like, well, it's definitely something I think we can do after this arc. It's just not the direction I want to go with these 4 issues. And Danny, again, like we're honest with each other. So he saw, once he read through it and whatnot, he saw what I was talking about. And there's been times when I've been excited about something and Danny's like, no, it's not going to work. It's not. I'm just
no.
not doing it. And we kind of live and breathe by the, if we can't convert the other person to understand where it's coming from, then it doesn't work or whatnot. You got to have a good case when we're butting heads on something. And so I definitely do want to do the story that Danny has planned because we've changed things from, you know, what was originally planned. So I definitely see a spot for it after this story.
I like that. J-Man actually brought in a point that I think is great.
Yeah.
Can it be frustrating coming up with an original idea, names of characters and story? Punchline sounds like an original idea and story, but the name is used by DC with Joker's New Girlfriend. And I think this kind of fits into this thing of why so often we, as creators, we get an idea and we jump because we're afraid that someone else is going to use it. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah. I mean, ours came out 2 years before DC's.
Right, sure did. So they some fighters. That's
so
right.
It's I think it is important that I mean, is that frustrating that DC took the name I was using and turned it into their most popular character? Yeah, that's frustrating. Could that be a legal problem for DC? It could be. You know, we're not. But at the same time, I just want to. Right now, I want to tell the story I've always intended to tell. You know?
That's right.
Hey, but I'm in your corner. I know you had that character. I got you.
We had a half-page ad in the preview guide introducing Punchline. You know, it was easy to see.
It's provable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So item number 2, okay? Indie versus indie, INDIE versus INDY. And what that means to me is an idea of style, scope, and scale, right? So INDIE is a typical term for indie comics, right? But that can also mean alternative underground comics, which I think for the most part, we're not producing. We're producing something that's a little bit more akin to the mainstream, superhero-oriented, that classic showcase. And sometimes you need that separation so that people understand what kind of product you're making. And for that one, I lean on Kablam's sister site, Indie Planet, INDY, to kind of showcase that if you are more of a self-publishing creator, but you lean more towards the mainstream side of things, that's INDY versus INDIE. How did you determine what kind of books you were going to make? And Mike, I'm gonna start with you.
I make comics. Wow.
Are you suggesting that alternative comics are not comics, or what are you saying? Where are you going with that?
I'm not saying they're not comic books. And I perfectly understand what you're saying, and I know that is a legitimate thing. My thing with indie or indie, IE or Y, is that a lot of times when people say that name or use those terminology to say, oh, this is a good book for indie. Well, I love my indie brethren. I love them, all of them. We out here making these books. But I feel like a lot of the books that we make are on par or better than what is being made in mainstream.
Say that again for the cheap seats in the back.
On par or better, fourth go, ergo, than mainstream. Like if you take this crew right now on this panel and put our books up in a comic book shop against Marvel and DC and put those books together, it's a positive and a negative. They don't stand out. They look just like the comic books right next to them. which is also a bad thing because they blend in. But what my point is that they look just as good, if not better, than a Spider-Man book, a Wonder Woman book, a Superman book, whatever Image is producing at this time, because they just do whatever. So in my opinion, and it's not a knock, it's just what I believe, I just make comic books. My thing is a comic book. I feel like it's on par with anybody else's. I just want kids and other geeks to read my books and geek the fuck out when they read and find out that Carla had reasons.
Wow, wow. As Danny said before, reasons are just excuses. So, Danny, if you would, in terms of that idea, IE versus Y, is it important to you to have that understanding of what type of books you're going to create?
You know, I got to be honest. I think that it depends on the customer you're trying to market to, and obviously we want to get every customer possible. I think there can be a challenge of trying to grab those mainstream customers because they want Spider-Man or they want Batman on the book, and it is an investment to invest in indie comic, whether it's IE or Y. You know, Ted, to your point earlier, sometimes we move at the speed of a glacier. So I'm going to invest in this series that may take another 6 months to a year to get that next issue. So I think there's a challenge there to invest in that. And for me, the spelling of IE versus Y doesn't matter. I feel that people still label that when you say it out loud, indie, it doesn't matter if you're spelling with an IE or a Y. They still have that label they assign the books, and that's indie. I think sometimes calling a book indie has a negative context to it because people almost downgrade. They're downgrading the expected quality, whether it's the art, the story, as a letter, whether it's the letters in the book. They're going to downgrade it to a certain degree and be put off immediately because it's not, that's indie work. And it doesn't matter if they're spelling it with a Y or an IE. It just has that same label to it.
That's a heady one. I like that, Chuck.
Man, the spelling only matters when I'm proofing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel Mike all the way there, man. At the end of the day, I'm making comics, and if you have a label for it, you label it. But in the meantime, I'm too busy making good stuff, and I think that's what we're all about. I do have like a zine that I'm working on, and it's a little more underground, but that doesn't mean that I don't try to still treat it as a professional product and put the care and the thought into it. It doesn't mean I don't get to half-ass that shit, you know? So I'm gonna push it like it's the big stuff, and I'm gonna keep going forward with it, and I'm gonna make it happen regardless. So you guys call it what you want. I'm too busy making.
I like it. I like it.
And Vic, to jump in, I definitely want to make a point that my goal is not to sound bitter or point out the challenges of selling your book. I can go to a table at a con and sell books, not like Mike can. I've seen him convert people and make sales. You can convince people to buy books. It doesn't matter if it's an independent book. They've got to connect with you as the creator and have interest in what you're selling. So I don't want to make sure that I don't come across this bitter sense. And it's hard to sell indie books. That's not the point at all.
I'm with you. Ted.
Yeah. I hadn't really heard that before. I definitely understand the two different styles or approaches. We always, the Bronze Age, like when I go through the comic convention floor, those 70s covers just pop. There's something graphic about them, the text on them, and we wanted to kind of recreate that for a new generation. This sort of, the cover has the story right there on it. And, it's not like going through my Ultimate Spider-Man collection and cover after cover is just like a generic pinup of Spider-Man and you don't know what's inside. But like those amazing Spider-Man covers from 100 to 150, oh my God. I mean, they're beautiful. So that's what we wanted to do. And yeah, more something kind of familiar, kind of old. We were kind of shooting for something timeless, really.
Nice. Lori?
Whew, okay, I've been like sitting here like building up shit say. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of the IE versus Y differentiation. Actually, that's new to me. I'm kind of with Mike, like we make comics. I think it's actually a bad idea to pigeonhole yourself and only make superhero comics. Or pigeonhole yourself and only make alternative comics. I don't think there's a reason for that. I think, if we want to use Image as an example, like they only make alternative books or whatever, and I think they're stupid for doing that. Like they could release really fucking good superhero books, and they're not. So instead, I'm gonna do that, I guess. Like,
There you go. There you go.
you know, like
Where you lack, I'm coming up. I like that.
right. So I think you can do both, and I don't think there has to be a differentiation. I think you can reach a bunch of different audiences. I think. Sorry, there's like so much built up.
It's quite all right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, like I said, people kind of pigeonhole indies into one or the other, and I really don't think you should necessarily do. I mean, it's fine if you do, but like I don't think you have to. I don't think there should be a differentiation. We're branching. Unlikely Hero Studios, despite sounding like a superhero company, is going to be doing all kinds of shit.
I
So,
love that.
like, we do an anthology that has all kinds of stories in it. Yeah.
I like that. Well said. No, well said. Kat?
Yeah, I feel, especially in recent years, I think the lines are kind of blurring of what indie and indie is, with the different spellings. But yeah, because we have things like webtoons, we have things like Kickstarter. I just did the panel about Kickstarter, where we're getting to see all these different genres. And yeah, things like Image that does release, okay, here's a romance book here and a horror book there. And then I mean, I do think of indie, the IE as the underground, sure, but I only see underground as, you know, postmodern in a lot of ways. It's like questioning art, but I think mainstream, because we've kind of gotten to a point where mainstream comics are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
We're seeing them question art. So is really the IE the punk rock of comics? I don't know if they are anymore, because I think comics in general are in this landscape of questioning art. I think where a lot of mediums are like that. So I think the lines have blurred, maybe because of the different voices, luckily, that we've gotten in comics, but the different ways people are getting comics. A lot of times, really the only way people were getting comics was the comic book store. That's the only way they thought they could get comics. But now that we have the Boom Studios on Kickstarter, we have more people reading webtoons comics, triple the amount of people reading webtoons comics than people reading Batman. I think we're really seeing that comics mean something different in the past 5 years. Also with superhero movies and Walking Dead, and seeing that these indie books that maybe sold 100,000 copies are now biggest TV shows out there, or The Boys and stuff like that. So I just think that the definition of indie has changed in the past couple of years.
I absolutely agree with that. And I think what's really interesting is one of the bases for this concept was about early ideas about marketing and audience building. So here in Columbus, we have a very strong comic community, but it is uniquely geared towards the alternative underground side of things. They are the more famous side versus the mainstream side. So us as more mainstream creators, we were always kind of on the outside of the actual market that we were part of, which is always kind of an interesting thing. It didn't stop us from creating under any circumstance, but having that awareness, we knew that maybe if we wanted to excel in this game, we needed to look beyond our own, local market to really build upon. And I think we've been able to do that. The next one, number 3, is the most controversial. It's my favorite one to talk about. It is know your budget. And obviously for the writer side, we are usually the commissioners of projects. And when we are working with artists, the faux pas that I tell every writer never ever to do is to ask an artist what their rate is. What I always say is build a budget that you can afford, because asking a person what their rate is has no actual bearing on what is in your pocket. So you can glean information, you can ask people to kind of get an understanding of what fees are out there, but if you don't know and recognize what literally you have access to, it doesn't matter what anybody else says their rate is. It's better for you to lead rather than, step back, hope, ask, and request. So when it comes to that, I think that there's a question of the collaborative nature in the indie market. And I want to hear your experiences with how you managed to collaborate, to find people to collaborate, particularly when finances are involved. Mike, you're last. I'm starting with you. Yeah, you're last. You're absolutely last.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Kat, how would you answer that one?
Oh man, that's a really interesting question. So I have a background. I just got MFA like a year ago for producing and writing TV. So we did a short film, and thank you. We did a short film, and I was a producer for that. And I think I learned a lot about just budgeting and how to make a budget, literally making a budget. And I think especially a lot of indie creators, they're just like, I'll just let's make this $2,000. I think it's about $2,000. But you have to know like how much money is going into your printing. How many books do you want to print? How many backers you think you're going to get? How much are you paying your artists? How much you want to pay for variant covers? So I think before you even say, I'm going to launch this Kickstarter page, make your budget, because that's really, really important. And also, just like any budget, you have to have some flexibility. So if you think it's $4,000, make it $5,000, because it's probably not going to be $4,000. And talking about other creators or, collaborating with other creators / artists, I do believe, artists should be paid the amount that they just think they deserve to be paid. So I'm a little flexible on like, do you ask for the rate or not? I usually tend to do so. And like, what's your rate? This is my budget. Would you be willing to go this low? If you're not, thank you so much for, taking your time and thinking about it. I usually try to play devil's advocate / 50-50 on that. Like I try to be upfront about my budget, but at the same time, not lower their rates. Cause I understand the freelance life. So I don't want to, say, oh, it's $200 and they end up, their usual price is $1,000, whatever. So I think you also have to be upfront on what your budget is and understand what they think they deserve for, which they do deserve for their pieces. So I would just say understanding the economics of comics, maybe even before you start writing comics or before you really jump into that Kickstarter, just understand what a budget means. It's definitely one of the most important things on creating. And then you can even possibly make money off your Kickstarter. Luckily, I did so. I made a lot more than I expected from the Kickstarter because of my budget. Thank you. And that's important, but that's because I've had experience in doing other Kickstarters and, knowing how much things cost. So, I think it's just trying to learn everything you can. Being a creator and being a writer is more than just being a writer. You're a PR person, you are a producer, you're everything, and you have to have multiple hats.
I agree with that. Lori?
I agree a lot with Kat. Especially now, like where we are at now, I try to look at kind of who I want to hire and what I want to do. And I see if it's an amount that I think I can kickstart and an amount that I think I can, pay the artists for like an amount to kickstart, let's say 6 to 8 pages for what we call a pitch package or whatever. And kind of go from there. I think as an inker, I find it really important to pay artists. We haven't done much collaboration. Even if we make a deal like Kat was talking about, where maybe they'll take a lower rate before the Kickstarter and then I'll pay them after the Kickstarter. We've done stuff like that. Or, you pay them a percentage of sales or whatever it is. I think it's really important to get everyone paid, get the writer paid, get the letterer paid, get everyone paid. Because I'm also not always the writer. Sometimes we hire a writer like John Pence. He writes The Surgeon and we want to get him paid too. Believe it or not, we pay writers too. I think it's important to bake that into the Kickstarter cost, everything.
Well said. Ted?
And I also had like a film background. We made a feature film, and this was that passion project. We did it back in 2004 is when we shot it, and everybody was working for sort of back end pay, and we were just busting our ass on this feature film, which never really got distribution that got anybody paid back. And it was, we made sure it was a positive experience for everybody going forward. But I realized when I started going into the comic field, I think you kind of, as a creative person, maybe you get one of these projects where you get people to kind of buy in and do it for favors and but I didn't want to do that again. I didn't want to become that guy that's always going to that well. So I felt like I could do the coloring, I could do the lettering, Milo, the co-writer of the Milo Miller, and I would write it. So all we really had to do was hire an artist. And we did take the approach of just putting an ad out. I think at that time we put it on, digital webbing is what I would recommend now. And we found Benito Gallego, and we got 100, 200 artists from all over the world. So we were asking them, yeah, what is your rate? You know, so we can find out if we got somebody's art that we really like and can we afford them. And because the process, again, that sort of glacier speed thing, you know, I can afford this many pages a week, you know, and I can get an artist that, and you know, and as we're getting the pages, we're starting to color them. So the whole thing's coming together. And, you know, I think the thing about glacier speed, though, is sometimes you are kind of like that turtle that somehow wins the race, you know, because if you just stick with it and you keep moving, you know, 3 years, 4 years down the road, you've got a catalog, you know, and the people who meet you on the convention floor, they don't realize that this took all that time. They just see all the great stuff you got. And you know, so I think it's good to just always move forward, even if it is slow. Did I get off track of what you were asking?
No. I like that. We'll stop you right there. Chuck?
Hey, Kat, you and I have something in common. You have your MFA, and I'm an MFR. So, I mean...
Wow.
Wow. But no, man, you know what? Guys, you're creative. You're a creator. So sometimes think outside your wallet, man. Like, for me on this new one, you know, our budget was only so much, but we wanted to level up. And how are you going to level up when your wallet's empty, you know? So for us, there was things like I traded my editing skills for, you know, for colors, for covers, for all sorts of stuff. You know, I did some promotion for people and helped them out. Like all that kind of stuff helps. You're a smart person, man. What do you have that you can use to benefit them so you guys can both work out, man? Because again, if you're only thinking with your wallet, you've already put a line as to what you can do. And I'm like, I'm up there. How am I going to get up there? Because I'm way above where my wallet is. And so you guys gotta think ahead. You gotta do that kind of stuff. And also you gotta be willing to make some moves that maybe don't always make sense to everyone else, but it, you know, it does to you. I had this cover artist. I saw him. I loved his work. And I told my partner, I said, dude, we need him. And he's like, well, I don't necessarily love his stuff. I'm like, doesn't matter, man. What he does is perfect for our book, and he sells. And I went to the match for that guy. And we're 5 days into our Kickstarter, and his package alone has already paid his bill. He's already paid off. And that's because you got to think creatively, and you got to know, man, hey, dude, I'm telling you, this will help us. So, you know, just think ahead, man, and always think higher than you are, because that's the way you're going to level up.
I like that.
Thanks.
Danny? Oh, you can take it to me?
He said I'm last.
Oh,
yeah. Mike is last.
He said I'm last.
Mike is last.
No, I think that, you know, Kat, you brought on, you touched on a lot of great points. And I think the whole Kickstarter experience is a whole other thing. And for us, we learned a lot from, I think we learned more from our second Kickstarter with Short Fuse than we did our first one. And really understanding the cost behind getting those rewards out and making that part of your budget. You've got to know what it's going to cost to print the books, and you know, then also understand what it means if you're going to start throwing stuff in those Kickstarter rewards that are not media, unless you want to try to push it at the post office. You know, there's a lot of little challenges you may run into that you want to work into your budget. Fortunately, we haven't had a bad experience as far as Kickstarter, but we definitely, you know, it was eye-opening to say, wow, that's actually, it costs that much to deliver those rewards. I've been a part of, backed a lot of Kickstarters. I mentioned on one earlier that I backed a Kickstarter from the UK. It took a while to get the book done, and when it came time for them to ship the book, they did not have enough funds to actually mail that book internationally, and they hit me up asking for an extra like $15 or $20 to ship the book, or they could not ship me the physical book, which I think shipping was more than the actual tier that I backed, which is a whole other subject about, you know, set your tiers properly. Don't give the book away for $6 in your Kickstarter because you're not going to make anything. But yeah, I think, you know, you've got to know your budget. And, you know, to Mike's credit, he's fantastic about going out, finding talent, meeting artists, having a discussion with them, and then being able to walk away with an agreement of what's going to work for them and something they're happy with it as far as a wage. And then one of the other things I've noticed is that we tend to, you know, pointing at Veronica over here, finding talent that we enjoy working with, that there's absolutely nothing wrong with finding a freelance artist or creative, paying them for them to produce whatever they agree to produce, and that's the end of that. But I truly love working with people that have a passion for what we're working on, and it's it's so much more rewarding to get to that finish line with that product and know that they're a part of that. And I think that plays into sometimes I charge $45 a page, and this is my flat rate.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mike, I think we're ready now. What you got?
Dollars, cents. They cost something.
That is unintelligible. What was that? What was that?
I felt like I needed to come with some deep. I don't know. Look,
Okay.
man, money can be a problem, or it can be a great thing to get you through. I remember a day where a young Mike Watson and a Victor Dandridge came into a comic convention with 100 free burritos and tossed them at everybody and sold books. I'm gonna reference back to Lori because I think she's getting the full blunt of this. I am a very enthusiastic person when it comes to making these damn comic books.
The most enthusiastic person.
And I like to lead with my passion. And it has taken a while to understand that and work with that. But like, I rather work with somebody that is on the same level as, let's make this book. What do we have to do to make this book happen? And I think they come out stronger than that. And I completely agree that people should be paid what they're worth. If you set up agreement for people to be paid or whatnot, those things should happen. And I will be the first advocate to say I am not fucking perfect. I have tried things and they have failed and smacked me in the face. I have tried things and they have been ultra successful. There are things that I wish I would have done completely different, but I did not. And I have to live with those choices and power through and fix those things and move forward. And that's what I'm trying to do my best. That's what I'm trying to do with myself. But then working with these projects, we got something cooking in the kitchen right now, and our thing is we wanted to find people that really wanted to work on the project to make it happen. But I love what Chuck said. You got to get creative with this, and like as soon as Chuck said that, it made me think about all the stuff that Victor has done with his context and things like that. It's like I'm gonna put you on the spot right now for a second, Victor.
Okay.
Victor is the hardest working man in comics, and he's worked himself quite a damn good reputation in the indie comic scene and the convention scene. And he got to a certain point to where he can offer to get you into a show if you did a couple pages for him. And it's like, do I really want to try to charge this dude $60 a page for 10 pages? Or do I want that $700 table at this show and try to sell my stuff and make about $1,200 in the weekend because I'm in the opportunity to go there with a table, a hotel, gratuity fee, and all that stuff. So which one's more important right now at this moment? So and I've tried to model myself after a few things like that and trying to get creative and stuff. But I realized the circle of people that I'm with right now, those are the people I want to work with. And when I'm looking for people to bring into FSK or work on a title, I'm looking for those same type of people because I understand making. I can't tell you the last time I made money on a book for myself that I could just go out and spend on a video game or something because I put it all back into the books. I put it all back into the promotions. Getting stuff forward. So being creative, hustling, using your resources. Like Chuck said, I've used my skills to trade for stuff back and forth to get things. So you got to have a little financial. You got to have a little creativity. It's your recipe. What recipe are you going to use?
There you go.
Is different.
There you go.
All
I like
that. All right,
I like that.
No.
That's a real point. And my recommendation to artists that are coming in is to not consider yourself on the basis of deserve. Look at what it is that you actually can guarantee a return on, because any funds that is paid to you in the production process is an investment, and you want to look at that and say, I know I can get you back this money plus some. And if you can't do that yet, that's when you really need to kind of take a step back in terms of your declaration of your page rates, your values, particularly because as you're in the indie market, our resources don't quite work that way. And if you transition to the mainstream market, they tell you what you're going to make. You don't get to go to them off rip and be like, this is what I want. They say, oh, this is your first book for Marvel? $100 a page. Yeah, but I did $100 a page. That's what you get. So it gears you for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick.
What you got?
I had somebody, now, I'm very upfront with people. I'm not gonna be
always be upfront, baby.
I'm gonna be all the way upfront with you about stuff. And somebody was upset because we took one path where we were paying through a Kickstarter, but the stuff got delayed or whatnot. So I didn't have the funds to pay that person yet. They were all up my butt about it. And I was like, as soon as the funds clear, I'm gonna give you your money. Like this is the arrangement that we made, right? This is the arrangement that we made. And I, not to toot my own horn, but I do freelance for Marvel and Upper Deck to the card division. Do you know when I get paid for those cards?
When?
6 months. 6 months to 9 months from after the cards are approved.
Wow. So waiting is part of the game, baby.
And like, I'm not saying like, I'm just saying like, this is what the so-called professionals do. And like, I'm not arguing it because I get to throw that on my resume. That's an experience that I have. That's stuff I get to put in my portfolio. That alone has gotten me access to certain comic book conventions because I can say that. So the wait is more than worth it. So when I've sat here and I come to an agreement with you, and now because there's a little bit of a wait, we're complaining about the agreement. I'm like, dude, I've got to wait 6 to 9 months for my check, for my cards from Marvel, and I know they got money. They got money.
Disney money, yo.
Right.
Disney money. Okay? House of Mouse money. All right, so number four. Number 4 is all about merchandising and the idea of when to start merchandising. When do you start branding for your projects? And I want to know, Chuck, we'll start with you and we'll work our way back around through Ted and everybody. When do you start merchandising, branding, promoting your projects?
You know, I would honestly say I'm not quite there yet. And so for me personally, a lot of that, it was, you know, I think a lot of us guys were so excited about merchandising right away. So my first Kickstarter, I had shirts and I had all this other stuff, and they didn't do that great. I mean, who's going to buy a shirt of a property they've never heard of before? And so that was really difficult. So on this most recent Kickstarter, we were like, look, let's focus on the stuff that's really going to work, and then you work your way out. I personally feel like early on, if you want to do the merch and you want to bring that up, that's what stretch goals are for. That's where you can start aiming for that stuff and playing with that stuff. So with this Kickstarter, because we're still trying to build up that brand, and because my partner and I are, again, not financially where we want to be, we're taking it slow. And so instead we focused on the things that we knew could really add to the brand, add to the book, and make it better. So it was a lot of variant covers and stuff like that, really make people want to buy the book and hold the book. And then as we're getting, and we're already almost funded, so once that happens, we can start thinking, hey, what do people want? Do they want coasters? Do they want pens? Do they want, you know, whatever. So I think don't get ahead of yourself on that, because you're going to want to make the kick-ass shirt first time around, and nobody ain't wearing it, man. Like that's not happening right away. So feel your way into that one.
I like that. Kat?
I 100% agree. I rather spend my money on a really great variant cover, because especially if you are a Wednesday warrior, you go into the comic book shop. I mean, there's definitely different types of people that buy comics, either just for the story. A lot of them are there for like the spec books, for the variant covers, for like, oh, I'll pay $50 for a grifter variant cover, whatever, or like whoever the artist is. So I rather, as I guess maybe a Wednesday warrior, I rather spend the money on making a variant cover. And I definitely know I can make revenue and make a profit off of a variant cover more than a t-shirt. You look at, okay, like Jonathan Hickman's X-Men's doing really well. Those hats that have the little X symbol, they're probably selling like 2 of them at the comic book store. But look how many books they're selling of that variant cover that Jim Lee did. So I think knowing your audience, if your audience is like very much into merchandise, or if like if you're into action figures or whatever, if you're selling like something like Spawn, like, you know, okay, then go focus on those action figures because people want that. But no, if your audience is mostly just there for the comics, and I say focus on the comics. I don't know what level you could be at for merchandise. I don't know. That's actually like a big question. Like, when do you start for that? I would say if you're a bigger publisher, honestly, if you're a Boom or an Image, or maybe when another company, you know, an action figure company comes to you and says, hey, I want to merchandise your stuff, I think that might be more worth it than you focusing on merchandising. I say focus on the comics.
Well said. Lori?
Yeah, I also agree. When we started, we made the mistake of getting really excited about merchandise. We produced a shitload of super shirts and Blitz toys. Okay, and toys, as some of you probably know, the only way to produce them is to produce, I think, a minimum of 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And we still have Blitz toys like in boxes everywhere. Like I'm just being straight up with you guys. Like they don't sell. Like they're great to give away. The people who are super big fans of Super like got really excited about them and they love them and they have one and that's great. But like, it's not an investment that you should do. Like until, like Kat was saying, like until you're like an image and you have like a million people, like it's really rough to produce merch. So since we discovered that, like we still make merch on our Kickstarters, we have pins, we have buttons, we have prints, art prints, more expensive like metal prints, stuff like that. But we produce them in really small quantities for the people who want them, and we might have, something like 20 left over for our store. But like that's what I've found to be like a more realistic amount for what we're doing and like going crazy. And same thing with shirts. Like if you do shirts, it's better to go through something like Redbubble that produce them like print on demand than buying 300 shirts and then trying to sell them, because you'll never move them because there's not enough, like 1% of your fan base is going to buy shirts.
Right. Or use TeePublic, who Freestyle Comics is using. Get some of those custom shirts on sale today only.
Yes.
Say it, Mike.
I'm getting you a link right now.
There we go. Thank you. That was the perfect. Lori did the perfect alley. I was like, let me just go ahead and dunk that in there. Let me just get that. Ted, what about you, bro?
Yeah, I've had a different take on that. Actually, variant covers for me are the thing I struggle with. I don't really, as a reader, see the value in them, and I'll do them. We do 2 covers for all our books, but again, we're doing story covers, so it takes a lot longer than just doing a pinup of a character. Not to say that that's what anybody here is doing, but I find that the shirts really move for us, and especially at the conventions. So I'll take, and we have an extra little hook with all of our shirts. I wanted our shirts to be the most comfortable shirt in your drawer. So when somebody comes to the booth and they're like, "Oh, that's kind of cool," yeah, now feel that fabric, and then they're like, "Oh, why? This is really nice." Michael, you've got one, right?
I do have one, and I'm wearing it on our Chat and Draw episode on Monday.
But is that not the most comfortable shirt you own?
Danny is a connoisseur of shirts. And when I slide him this shirt, he's going to be super jealous. It is. It really is.
All right. So, but like our Palma shirt has this Cleveland skyline behind it too. So even if you don't know who the character is, you just got this cool character in front of the Cleveland skyline. So that, and so many of the shows we do are regional. But then Tap Dance Killer, people just like the look of that character. Mm-hmm. And there are people who don't even know the book that just want the shirt. They come by the booth and they're like, "That's cool," So, and same thing. Then when they feel that fabric, then I got them. If they're interested at all, as soon as they now feel that fabric. So, and with Punchline, our Kickstarter now, we've got a T-shirt level, and it's doing pretty well because people know that is good, and we even call that out. Like, this is going to be the softest shirt in your drawer. So,
I like that.
We've had to go and I'll order like 100 at a time. We've got a nice local distributor here or printer. And so, and prints those are things that we'll also sell, but they don't move like the shirts do.
Got you. I think we're getting close to time. So, Danny, Mike, I'm going to have y'all jump in there and answer that one. Where do you start the merch?
It depends on the merch, man. I'm kind of in the middle. And I'm going to quote Chuck again. You got to be creative. I went to college with a guy who made that for me. Gives me a real good deal, and that bad boy's printed out in 3D. Right? So I can charge $25 for this hat, but I can order like 3 or 4 from him and go to a comic book convention. Also, knowing your audience, like Lori's talking about, how many people do you think are really going to buy this? Like, I know, although I would love it if 500 people are going to TeePublic to buy these shirts. But I know it's a certain amount of people that are going to buy these shirts that ask for these shirts, which is why I use TeePublic and Redbubble so they can print them on demand. I really don't make any money on the shirts. I just want them to be able to have the product. And I don't have to worry about it because it's up there.
I will say my recommendation of going with TeePublic over Redbubble is the price, the quality of their shirts and the price point is too high, knowing that the artist is probably only getting $2 to $4 a cut per shirt. TeePublic's a lot lower. Brand new shirts today, and it's not to plug the shirts, but when an artist puts new shirts out, they're $13. And that's not cutting into the artist's take of that new shirt. But I think that goes into the on-demand aspect of it. Again, we don't have conventions right now, so we can't go out to those conventions and sell buttons or prints or T-shirts right now. You can use on-demand. I mean, I love the fact that I can buy a shirt, or we sold a hat earlier today to somebody, and I don't have to package that and ship that once I get it. They're going to send it directly to the customer for us. So I think if you're smart about it, you can do merchandising. Obviously, it depends on what your skill set is. If you're graphically inclined, or you have to pay somebody to produce a print that you're going to turn into a shirt, those all have to go into a factor in those decisions. But I think we have so many cheap resources now online that makes merchandising okay. And again, to Mike's point, I'm not gonna sell enough of these shirts to at this point to make a profit off of it, but we have a fan base that wants that stuff. Andy, shout out to Andy, who bought 5 shirts and a hoodie today. Andrew bought a hat and wanted a couple prints. So we have the fan base that we know is going to buy this stuff, but right now we don't have any stock on hand, so we don't have to worry about it sitting there. And we don't have to worry about shipping either. They're going to take care of it for us.
You need to have the options available to
Absolutely.
One thing that I always learned since being in college is that you have to treat your product like it is an IP, because it is. No matter what level you're at, you need to treat it like an IP. And so if I go into a meeting or I go talk to somebody or I'm showcasing a portfolio, guess what? I'm going to Redbubble and I'm stealing those model pictures. I'm taking them right off their website and it's going in my presentation of it. I'm putting together my trailers. And like everything I do is presenting the comics with Freestyle Comics like they are being presented by Marvel, DC, and Image on the same level with those things. And one last thing about shirts, I'm in the middle of them. Ted has great shirts. They're great designs. I got 2 of them. So I think, and you got to have a great design shirt. It can't just be a character plopped in the middle of it. And I've learned that from Sean Mack, because if you look at the old shirt designs from like 3 or 4 years ago, it's just characters in the middle of the shirt. Because I'm like, oh, my characters. Versus look at the shirts that we have on T Republic right now, where I'm actually trying to design the shirt. And I forgot who said it earlier, but it was Andy. We straight ripped off that Marvel Comics old school 90s logo. And I call it the Marvelous FSK shirt because I want to try to generate some familiarity with people. Like, oh, that looks like a Marvel shirt. That looks cool. Let me get that.
Mike, both Redbubble and Marvel just called and issued a cease and desist right now on this panel. I just want you to know that. Okay. What's amazing is, so my recommendation to this point is to tell people to merch as soon as possible. However, do it as smart as possible. Recognize that your first billboard is you. So before you get anybody else the access to a t-shirt, hat, anything, you should be wearing it so that you are already branding this project. Even before.
Perfect example of that, Vic. Though the guy may or may not be popular depending on your beliefs.
Right.
Vince Skyver stopped Mike at a convention.
He sure did.
What is that on your shirt? And it was actually the cover of Hot Shot #9, but as a t-shirt.
Yep.
He said to me that he was like, come here, like,
what is that?
He said, I thought that was a DC character that just.
Yep.
I was like, man, that's so great to hear, man. I'm glad you said that. And he was like,
that's right.
I saw him drawn. I was like, what do you do? Because I honestly, I had not put the name with the.
Mike is terrible at recognizing people.
I am. And then he told me who he was. He's like, yeah, man, I did, I worked on Green Lantern. I designed the logo for the Yellow Lantern and stuff. I'm like, and you like my shirt?
Did that convert to a sell?
He did. He came on my books.
Well, there you go.
There it is. Listen, and even more to that point, even something as simple as this hat right here that says Freestyle Comics on it. I kid you not. I was wearing this one day. I was at Chipotle, and the dude scooping my food stops and looks up, and he goes, so what is Freestyle Comics? Boom. Now we have a conversation. So remember, you are always your first billboard. That's where you start merching, is yourself. You know, when you're going to shows, don't wear nobody else's product. You don't got to wear a Marvel t-shirt to prove that you belong at a convention. If you're behind the table, you paid the price. You deserve to be there. If there's somebody's character that should be represented, it should be yours. That's 100% all day, every day. The fifth principle, and we can kind of run through this one with a head nod, is to set reasonable goals for yourself. Everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to be at the top. But the truth is, the first thing that you have to do is finish one page, finish one book, get one sale, get a return sale. Those are the things. Do that one at a time on repeat, and you will find success. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. No one just comes in and breaks $1 million unless you're Keanu Reeves. But then he's Keanu Reeves, though. So he had to start somewhere, okay?
He made a brand.
Exactly. So definitely recognize those are the 5 important principles, the VIPs of self-publishing. I want to thank you guys for joining me and giving all your insights. To everyone that's listening in, thank you so very much. Rim McKenzie is 100% right, though. Y'all need to be getting some stickers.
Yeah.
Get some stickers.
They're the poor man's merch.
Exactly. Or buttons. Shout out to Mutant Cactus. Free Mutant Cactus.
I want to shout out everybody. Thank you for being on this panel. You guys are amazing. Big fans of everybody. And to some degree, I've worked with all of you. And Chuck, yeah, we're about to start kicking it, buddy.
Yeah, we are.
So thank you so much for being on this panel, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I think I don't know if we're going to see you guys again. I got to check my list. But we got to get off to the next one. And thanks for hosting this one, Vic.
See you guys.
All right.
Bye. Thanks again.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. We got the next panel coming in. See you, Ted.
Bye.
All right, we got the next panel coming in. It is.
Still here. Do I have to?
Oh yeah, you can just bang out. You can just close it
All right, later.
later. We got the careers of geekdom coming up. All right. And we got a couple minutes before we jump into that one. I'm looking forward to this panel so much. Big excited. All right, but I also want you guys to go get some comic books. So let me tell you about a little company I'm with. I happen to be the publisher of it, Short Fuse Media Group. Check out our books. Hey, and we're back. So make sure you check out that website. And if you're just now tuning in, we are in full swing. We're in the third shift, the final shift of FSKDAY today. And FSKDAY is a day where we are looking for donations to help us further make our comic books. And we're not greedy at all. We are asking for $1. That's it. You can hit us up at PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo right there at the ticker at the bottom. If you want to send in more than $1, please do. I'm not going to tell you no. But I will appreciate it. My team will appreciate it. Yes, we will. And we will make these comic books for you. Now, let's say, Mike, I want to do more than donate. I want to buy some books. That's great. Then you're going to go to this website right here. Short Fuse Media Group. Check out our books. If you buy the physical copies, you get the digital copies for free. So be sure to do that. You're like, Mike, I want to check out some comics or some t-shirts. Hey, I'm here for you. We got t-shirts on sale today. Normally $20. They're $13 today. I'm rocking them. Veronica's rocking one. Danny's rocking one. We sold a bunch of them today. Go get your FSK t-shirt. We got them for you on sale. You're like, Mike, I don't want no stinking shirt. I don't want no comic book. I want some art. I got that art for you too, baby. We got an original print available today. All right. $10. Shipping is $3. Hotshot in the building. I call this Hotshot Saw a Spider. Because he doesn't like spiders. I don't like spiders. And Veronica came down here this weekend and was like, I'll do some colors for you real quick, real fast. I'll just color that real quick for you. All right? So, $10 for each one of these prints. Shipping is $3. And we just did Chat and Draw live a few panels ago. And I was challenged to draw a Venomized Hotshot. All right? Now, I thought that was a clever idea. I was super excited by that. and I drew it, and then Veronica just sat here and colored it. So this print is also available today, $10. Look at all these exclusives I'm giving you. We love it here. Exclusive, exclusive, exclusive. I'm going to load this up, all right? And I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to unveil it to you, but we need to get this panel started. A panel I'm very, very excited about that I can't wait to talk about. It's the Careers of Geekdom. I'm going to show you this. Oh, there it is. Oh, my God. It's so good. It's so good. You know what? We're going to do this real quick fast. All right. Let's get it rolling. Make your donations now because we're trying to hit that $500 mark. We're almost there. All right, we're back, and that's the piece. That's it right there. Venomized Hotshot. $10 print, available today. Put your order for it in the comment, $3 shipping. Veronica and I will sign it both because she colored it. I drew it. Oh, man, this woman is awesome. All right. She does this thing called coloring comic books, and she does it good. All right, so let's bring up this panel. All right, I'm going to bring up first LaShawn Colvin in the building. How you doing, LaShawn?
I'm doing good.
All right, all right. All right, next up, Kara Nicole in the building, everybody. Ryan, how you doing?
Hey. Hey, how's it going, everybody?
You at the comic shop right now?
I am in the back room right now, yep.
All right, all right, all right. Then, Brian Dalton in the building, everybody.
Howdy.
Printer extraordinaire. And one of my favorite people in the world, Marcy. How you doing, Marcy? And finally, we got one of my
good. How are you?
And now we got one of my longest and oldest friends, Trevor Zammit, in the building, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. All right, let's dive right into this. This is a panel about the careers of geekdom. We're talking about jobs in the geek community that you guys are doing, living, and thriving in. If you can give everybody like a little 1-minute dissertation about yourself, we're going to start with LaShawn.
Okay, so I am an artist, an editor, and I just recently became I'm a bookstore owner here in Montgomery, Alabama. So, yeah.
Kara, you're next.
I am a full-time professional cosplayer, comic book colorist, writer, and creator. I had a successful Kickstarter with my comic Fire Bitch and my pinup confessional, Confessions of a Cosplay Diva, and just finished my Kickstarter for my 2021 Cos Lingerie calendar.
Look at this. All this awesome in one panel. Marcy, go ahead. Let everybody know who you are.
Hi. I'm a part-time cosplayer. And yeah, I don't know. That's like half of what I do, but I also make commissions. So yeah. And I made Vigilance back in the day.
It's the Vigilance costume and the Iron Smith costume for Freestyle Comics.
Oh, wow.
Brian, go ahead.
Hey, I run a small little print shop. Mainly focuses on the self-publisher. Probably 99% comic books or comic book related. So I've been doing it for about I have no idea, 6 or 7 years. And Freestyle was one of the first books I ever printed. Hot Shot 1, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll tell you right now, if you're getting a book from the indie community, there's a 90% chance that Brian Dalton's printed. Ryan.
90.
90. Ryan.
All I do is own and operate a comic book store. Been doing it since 2000. It's all about life choices, folks.
Awesome. And Trevor, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Trevor Zammit. I'm a toy designer and sculptor. I work at NECA Toys. I'm the brand manager for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles over there now.
Nice.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right, so I find this panel to be very exciting because you guys are in the geekdom community. You are doing things that are living and breathing in that community. Right now, you're kind of like the chairpersons for the things that we were into when we were kids, and like now you're grown-ups, right? You're grown-ups and you're making these decisions for the creative community. So, how much of your passion does it take when you're trying to create these things, when you're running your business? How much of that child is still in you making decisions? Go.
A huge chunk. There's so many times that I have to talk myself down from like ordering hundreds of copies of a book just because I love the character. So yeah, it's everything for me.
Okay, next. Anybody can just jump in and take the question.
Well, I just get the joy of getting, when I was a kid in school, we'd go to the store, or go to the library and pick up a comic book and read it. And now, I get to sit there and I get to get like first eyes on a lot of these books and just kind of sit back and remember my childhood. About every day I get to print, so I can't complain about that. It's a lot different than what my other job is.
Let's go to Marcy. A little bit of a delay. It's okay.
I mean, a lot of my childhood heroes in comic books were my cosplayers. And sorry if it's loud, I'm at the Ren Fair.
All right. Kara.
Oh, a lot. I mean, even just like here, I'm always like, yay! Like every time I get to interact and talk about comics and talk about cosplay and talk about these things, I'm like, and so if I'm crafting, that's when like grown-up brain comes in. And, to make sure you don't like sew over your fingers and make sure you do it right. And then you're like, yay! Again.
LaShawn.
Mike, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question? I had to go and somebody was at my door.
Oh, no problem. I was asking, how much does the inner child in you play a role on your business decisions today?
It plays all the decisions. Because I still feel like I'm a child at heart when it comes to everything that I do as far as like my art, my beautiful soldier book, even especially my store. Like, because my mentor who's had a store here in my city, shout out to Quality Comics, for like 30 years. And he's kind of teaching, and I don't know if it's like comic store owners who've been in the game for like 20 plus years, but he's kind of like, he told me, he was like, yeah, you got fresh ideas, you can see your passion, you can see all of that. I'm like, aren't all comic shop owners like that? And I guess like everything that I'm doing with my store, I feel like literally a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the feeling is just, oh God, it's indescribable for the passion that I have. Like every time I walk into the store, like I literally feel like I gave birth to a child. I felt like I gave birth to the beautiful soldiers. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's just different with my store because I put so much into the store, and I literally feel like it was like the kid in me that made like every decision, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. The cool thing about LaShawn being on the panel, she just opened up or getting on the verge of opening up a comic book shop. And she has been very open about sharing that progress with social media. So I've seen this shop go from this empty room, this empty space, to this miraculous playground of geekdom with, PlayStation 4s, Xbox Ones, toys, statues, video games everywhere. Like her shop looks like it's been running for the last 5 years in a matter of a month. So I really do think there's a lot of kid at heart and play with your decisions and going on.
Yeah, because honestly, you know, I look at some of like my friends who are adult, and they're not really into the pop culture or the whole geek, you know, atmosphere, and they don't have any kid. I mean, I don't know if this is like this with y'all, but they just don't have any kid in them at all. I'm like, okay, because I'm a gamer. It was very important for my store to have a gaming area because, like, when I tell you I am a gamer, I play my PS4 almost every day.
Right.
I'm highly waiting on the 5, and it's just hard when you don't really have a lot of other fellow geeks around you to talk about, you know, that type of feeling with. You know?
Trevor. Now,
yeah,
this is a bit of a different experience. Trevor Zammit is the person that got me to like really love toys. I met him at the Columbus College of Art Design, and I walked into his dorm room, and he had toys everywhere. And we got real cool, and then he took me back to his house in Mentor, and it was a toy shop. I was like, wait, we can be adults and have toys like this everywhere? That's okay. And I've strove to have my house like that ever since then. And I've gotten to see Trevor work on tons of things. So how much does your childhood play in your decisions at NECA with all the toys you work on, Trevor?
Obviously, it's all of it. You know, like everyone there is, everything we do is like 80s nostalgic stuff. Like there's, long before we were doing Turtles and everything, there was, you know, Terminator and Alien and Predator and Freddy and Jason, and it's all this stuff that we grew up with, and we wanted to make these, like, you know, we want to make figures that we couldn't get in the 80s or early 90s, and yeah, so everything is just like, now that we're grown up, we're adults, we're you know, we have the ability to like make these action figures that like we just always wanted. And then I personally just got super lucky with we got the Ninja Turtle license back, and we started making like the cartoon figures and the figures from the movie. And like the first Turtles movie is like one of my favorite movies, so it was great. Again, it just, that's everything we do at NECA is just making the toys we always wanted as kids.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I can definitely believe that because I have 2 sets of those NECA Turtles. Movie.
Well, I mean, we just sit there in the dorms and just like watch those movies, and I mean, that's all we did was talk about like X-Men and Ninja Turtles and Ghostbusters. You know, that was like our whole life. Like, I don't know, 20-something years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
So now with the career paths that you've all chosen, I think that, you know, when we're teenagers and we're brushing up on leaving the home and going out on our own ventures, I think there's a lot, you know, with our parents and other people that may not trust the decisions that we make. May say that, nah, I don't think cosplay is a real stable job, hon. Like, can you do something else? Isn't there something else that you're willing to do? You want to make toys? That I just don't believe that that's something. You want to own a comic book shop. Comics are dead, baby. They're dead. What are you going to do? So did you guys have tough conversations with close people in your life about the decision you were making in your career where they just didn't believe it was the right move for you? Did you ever have situations like that? Let's start with Marcy.
Actually, no, I never had that conversation. My mom was always very supportive about my sewing because she's the one that taught me when I was 8. So sewing has always been a part of my life in some weird fashion. And I already work a career that's not normal anyway, so it's fine.
Brian, how about you?
No, I didn't really have that issue. I started working at the print shop in college, and just kind of kept working at it. And after several years, I started doing, stuff on the side just for a little bit of extra cash. And got to the point when I was doing that about 60 hours a week out of the house and still going to my regular job. And my wife was very open to the idea of me only doing one job at a time. So I pretty much was able to easily go from what was my main income through the other print shop to just doing my own thing. So I didn't really have much difficulty with that. And I was the classic undecided person all through college. So any job after college, my family was happy that I just chose one. So I didn't it was too hard.
kind of the same as Brian, where I was basically the only steady job I ever had was at a comic shop. Like I tried to work at Arby's, that went bad. I tried to work as a janitor, that went bad. But just like a comic store was my home. And so transitioning from just working here to owning it was super easy. And everybody, like, that's all they ever knew of me. So everybody was supportive. And I've been just blessed to be around people that just love seeing people be happy and successful. That's how I came up, at least.
Awesome. Kara.
Yeah, I kind of had the same situation where I did have a day job, but it got kind of pushed out. So I got to the point where I had to work fewer hours on a day job, and then I finally had to just let it go because cosplay was taking over my life.
Mm-hmm. LaShawn?
Yeah, I had a lot of that. I would say, like, with my store, for example, it was really only a lot of people, like my close family and friends and stuff, knew that I was doing it. And out of everybody, I would say only 2 people were like supported from like the jump, which was like my best friend and another good friend. And like my family were, it just, what you said earlier, Mike, I had a lot of that. Until they saw the progress of the store and how everything was going and happening, that they jumped on board.
Okay. And Trevor?
Yeah, I always had support from my parents and stuff. My dad worked at an amusement park when I was a kid, so we were just always around like weird, fun stuff. He was a buyer at the park, so he would get a lot of free toys. Like he'd always come home with just like boxes of toys, like Toxic Crusaders and Ninja Turtles and all this. He would go to Toy Fair back in the 80s. So from a very young age, I was just surrounded by like fun stuff. And I honestly, I think my parents knew like there was no way I could survive outside of like having an art job. Like I could never work in an office or have any kind of regular thing. There's not possible. I've been drawing and sculpting since I could hold crayons and Play-Doh and all that. So they really made sure that I focused on like the one strength I had, so because I couldn't survive in the real world. They kind of knew that early on, I think.
Well, so that's great that you guys had support, and I think it really shows some positivity and growth for the time that we're in, the time and age that we're in. That new different types of jobs that aren't typical are more open, or that people are more open to, and it kind of goes back to a theme that I tell my kids in my art classes is that artists rule the world. You really don't realize that. Like, we tell the world not only what it wants, but what it needs. We're the ones that create all that stuff for them. So I know I was working at this job, GC Services, and it was not the greatest. I tried my best to make it a fun place for myself, and it quickly beat me down over the years. And taking that leap from, I've got an adult job to I really want to focus on these comic books and these comic book conventions. It's a scary thing, and I honestly don't think I would not have done it unless I got fired, which I did, because I got kids. I'm married. I'm in a house. Like working, like Brian, working the 30, 40 hours extra was a part of my regular routine. But to really take that leap and say, I got to get all invested in this because this is what I want to do with the push. So my question to y'all is, did you have a push or did you just take that leap yourself? And how did that go for you? Let's start with Trevor this time.
Yeah, there was definitely a point after I graduated from school. You know, I had some freelance jobs here and there, but it was, you know, it was kind of tough going for a while. And I had my portfolio. I'd go to San Diego Comic-Con every year and just go around to all the, you know, different booths and show off my stuff. I get a little bit of work, but then there's a couple of years I had been talking to Randy Falk at NECA. I'd see him at shows and stuff, and then there was just one day, like I was just at a real low point where I didn't have much going on, and I was like, I got to get a job or like figure out something else to do with my life. I don't know what's going on, and so I just like kind of went over to NECA. Like I called Randy and was like, basically I just wouldn't take no for an answer, you know, and so he kind of took a chance on me. And also my portfolio was ridiculous. Like there were cartoons and puppets and nothing that related to like NECA toys, like the crazy hyper realistic detail and the likeness. Like there wasn't anything like that. He had no reason to hire me at all, but you know, he took a chance on me, and then I was just like determined to, like, I had this opportunity now, I was going to make it work, and I've been there kind of like 10 years, I guess that was 10 years ago. So yeah, I just remember there's this one day where I was just like, I got to figure this crap out, you know.
Ryan.
It was half leap, half push. I was about 25 at the time, you know, about a quarter or two away from graduating from Ohio State, and the owner of the shop that I was working at decided that he wanted to pursue more of a corporate job, and was, you know, just basically asked if I wanted to buy the store. And at that point, you know, I'm 25, so even if I screw up, I've still got, you know, a bunch of my life left. So I just took the chance, because it's one that I don't think I could have lived with myself if I had passed up on it. And then like 20 years into a cubicle job, you know, no, it was the opportunity of a lifetime, and I'm so happy that I took it, because I'm not selling line items, I'm not selling books, I'm selling stories. I'm, you know, sharing my passion with fans, like, you know, people that are on the same wavelength as me. So yeah, it was 100% worth it.
I can definitely tell that, man. And just to let people know, Comic Town is a dope comic book shop. When the world was actually touching one another, he opened up his doors to us. 2 years, for the last 2 years, we have done FSKDAY at his shop. And when I say he opened up the doors, he literally opened up the doors and said, do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
Move stuff where you want, set it all up. I have never had a grander setup at any of my events than I've had at Comic Town. And we were able just to have our way there. And I want to thank you so much for that, man. Like, I've seen you at your shop. You are very supportive of the indie community and comic books and things like that. I wish there were more people out there in comic shops like you, and we're actually getting that with LaShawn Colvin out there. So more of you are popping up.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Brian.
Yeah, goes back to about 2015. At my old job, I'd put in almost 17 years at that point, and we had a big management change, and almost all of the staff was on their way out. We were all 10+ year veterans of this particular print shop downtown Columbus, and I literally had been doing easily 50 and 60-hour work weeks for the previous 6 months. And I was also, coming home, watching my youngest son during the day, going to work, staying up, at least once or twice a week, 24 hours to get print jobs done. And it just kind of like everything just fell into place, and it was just the right time to step away. My wife was real supportive about, me not having a heart attack while I'm at work or at the house. So that was definitely a big plus. So it was really nice to be able to have that support to step away. But, when we had that manager change, we got the new manager in, and she was a great manager. But really everyone I had worked with was starting to just leave at that point. And I just thought it was a good time to step away and try something. And a friend of mine years ago, he basically said, if you don't try it now, then you're going to kick yourself later. And that's kind of the little mantra I tell myself every once in a while when I'm feeling like, do I want to do something? What do I want to do? Like, try it. If it doesn't fail, I mean, it's not like I couldn't go get another print job somewhere or do something else, but being the print, getting into the comic book realm, I actually started printing before the comic books was Boy Scout memorabilia price guides. And that kind of got my feet wet into doing my own printing and getting machines. And then when I switched over to printing primarily comic books, it was just a little more satisfying. You get to, I get to print, basically dreams and imaginations. I don't have to create it. I just got to take, your guys' stuff and create a book out of it. And it's very satisfying to me to know that even 5, 10, 50 years from now, something I printed is going to be polybagged and boarded in a comic shop or a private collection somewhere. And even though my name's nowhere on the, on the book, I can sit back, well, I printed that. If I go into Ryan's shop, I bet you there's probably something in there I've printed at some point.
Yeah, a few things.
Yeah, probably a few things. And I know it, and a couple of the other shops around town, I know there's something I've printed. And, not being focused on only Columbus, I got stuff that goes out all over the country. And to me, that's a satisfying, moment. Every day I just get to sit back and think about like, okay, even had a little starstruck moment once for me, but that's a whole nother story when someone contacted me to print. That was really interesting. But the big push is whenever we had the management change in 2015, and we lost all of my fellow coworkers. So that was help. That got me going. I already had my equipment at that point, so that was helpful too. And the equipment was that's a story as well, but maybe for a different question.
Well, I can't speak your praise enough, Brian. When I was making comic books with Vic, and we kept running into issues with getting the books printed, overpriced printing things, and it just the quality wasn't there for the books. Like, you don't know that you're not getting something of quality until you get something of quality. And to have somebody that is as knowledgeable as you are in printing and the care you take with each person's project, like it's not just a job for you. And I've always wanted to make sure I get my stuff in some shape or form printed through.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem, sir. No problem. Mars?
Man, it's a hard question to answer. I mean, I'm still doing cosplay part-time at this point, so it's not even like a full-time gig for me, but I kind of fell into doing commission work in college, and I was like, wait, people will pay me money for this? Like, hold on a second. I might want to do this. So I actually worked for a costume shop for a couple of years, and then I now work live event production, which is very, very different. But I've always been making costumes for everyone. All my friends and their cousins and whoever. Like, it's just, that's what I do. And your kids. And I love doing it. Like, it's just so much fun. Like, for me, that's my creative outlet is I go home for work and I make costumes. Like, this whole quarantine, I've been making costumes. It's a thing. I can't stop.
Kara.
So, cosplay, I already talked about that a little bit, but when I became a colorist, my husband had lost his colorist. And, colorists can be very expensive. So I was like, well, what are we going to do? And he says, you're going to do it. And so I had to learn how to color, and we went from there. And then we started working on our own creator-owned projects as well. And I had been doing some writing and editing before, but now we were going to work together and create books together as opposed to separately, because we had both done work separately. So now we were going to work together, and I was going to color and he was going to draw. And so, yeah, that was just kind of the push. It was just out of necessity for his line art. And then it was like, okay, well, then let's just build this up into our own network.
Okay. And LaShawn.
My push was because honestly, before I had my store, you know, everybody knows that I'm an artist, I draw, and I had my book that I'm working on that comes out in the beginning of next year, Beautiful Soldiers. That's what I'm was well known for. But when my mother passed away in April of this year, something kind of just clicked in me. I've always like respected people who are like entrepreneurs, like my best friend, or like other people that I know that just have their own businesses. You know, they don't work for nobody. They don't do no 9 to 5. They're their own boss. I have a lot of respect for people like that. And I've always tried to position myself to get to that point. And I was kind of lollygagging around with it because I had Beautiful Soldiers to take up all my time. But when my mama passed, it just kind of showed me that life don't wait for nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And when she died, I literally was supposed to come and see her and hang out with her the next day. I walked out the house. I said, Mom, I'll see you tomorrow. We can watch movies. We're supposed to hang out and everything. And she died that night. So that showed me, you know, we get into the mode of saying, oh, I'll do that next week. Or I'll take that trip next year. You know, but I think we tend to forget that we're not promised that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to go full force with it, and whatever happens, happens. But that was my push. But I always had the motivation and people around me that I can go to who were already entrepreneurs that could guide me on how to make the right decision.
All right. And I'm so sorry to hear about your loss with your mom, LaShawn. And you know, I think she would be, I don't know your mom, but I think she'd be pretty proud of all the work that you've done on that comic shop and everything you have going on with all the books that you're editing. You're doing a couple of freestyle comics and stuff. So more power to you.
Thank you.
All right. So so we have these things. We are, I think it's safe to say that you are working in a field that you love and that you enjoy. What is something that has happened to you in this field that you've taken on that you just absolutely love? Whether it is a decision that you made or a project that you got to work on that your name is on it, or you know, something that came to you because of being in this job. What's the most exciting thing or something that you just absolutely love?
I can know this off top. For me, the most exciting thing so far today you know, my store and everything that's going on with it now. You know, I love creating, I love drawing. That's my number one passion at the end of the day. But to take it to this next level and this next step as an indie creator, a proud indie creator myself, you know, it's just the best feeling ever. Really, it is.
Awesome. Kara?
I would have to say the development of everything that we've done. You know, we've gone from cosplay, comics, art, and now we are adding music to our comics. And that was one of the things that, you know, I started with Fire Bitches. I put in an unofficial soundtrack to the book. So there was like a soundtrack that told you every single page to page whatever, there were songs that went along with it. And now we've evolved into creating our own music. So the next book that we have out has its own soundtrack, and we just released an EP to go with my calendar. So now we're doing our own music that we're putting along with the art and the cosplay.
Awesome, awesome. Marcy. I think she froze up. We'll go to Brian, and if she and come back to her. Brian.
I don't know if I have any one single thing, but one moment that was really special, I guess I thought was interesting for me, was I got a message from someone that I used to read their comic books back in the 90s, had reached out to me, and the name just kind of snapped. It was like, I know who this is. Why is it just, he was a pretty well-known guy back in the 90s, and I guess for self-publishing, and I was able to produce some printing for him, and to me it was a lot of fun because it was something that I just wasn't expecting to get a message from the guy. And I still do occasionally printing. I don't really give out the names of people I print for, so without permission, but it was I don't know how to say it. It was just a very memorable experience for myself to have someone reach out like that. Outside of that was probably when I switched from a small little tiny office copier to a sitting, like my print shop is in the middle of my house. So you walk in the living room and this next little room, and it's right by the kitchen is a press. So when I switched from a little office copier to an actual like digital press sitting in the middle of my house, that was kind of a fun walking into the house moment. Was seeing the size difference on the machine sitting in the middle of my house, and the reaction sometimes people give me when they walk into the house. Sometimes it's pretty comical.
Awesome. Ryan.
I would say probably free comic book days. Like it's something that all of us, and you're gonna love them, LaShawn. They're amazing days. But seeing a successful, like, all the kids getting their books for the first time, our guests checking out creators that they may never have seen before, they're getting to meet creators that we've got in the shop. There's nothing that can replace that. Actually, it's like the pure energy of everybody absolutely in love with comics, and yeah, just I would say that after 25 years I've been doing this, I would say stuff like that.
Free comic book day is dope. Free comic book day is dope. And then the cool thing about that, I don't think a lot of people realize, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, comic shop owners pay for those books.
Yeah, we do.
The comic shop pay for all those books and then give them to everybody for free, aka free comic book day. So it's not the comic book company saying, oh, let's do something nice and give them these books for free. The comic shop owner pays for those. So please go to your comic shops, get your books from them. Trevor, how about you, buddy?
Yeah, I didn't know that about the comic book shops paying for those.
Oh,
that's pretty cool. But, yeah, I had no idea. I mean, it kind of, for me, it goes back to what we talked about in the first question, where, like, I'm at NECA, we have the freedom to just make this, like, these figures that we've always wanted to make, right? So it's just like my boss trusts me to, like, you know, we don't really like get into penny pinching there. You know, if we have to spend a little bit more to add in a few extra accessories or you know, like beef up the sculpt or do something, I mean, we do that. It's whatever makes like the best figure, you know, and if we can, I've had opportunities to do like package illustrations for some of the figures, and again, that's like doing homage kind of stuff to old Kenner figures, and all the illustrations on toy boxes in the 80s were great. So like all of that stuff is so cool and so fulfilling. Like you get to do that for your job. You know, it's I don't know. It's the whole thing is great. And then going to there's Raph. And then, you know, going to San Diego Comic-Con and like seeing people's reactions to stuff when we unveil a new prototype or announce a new toy line or something, I do really like just hanging out at the booth and like watching people's reactions to stuff, because you just get to see like the excitement and the joy, and it definitely makes it all kind of worthwhile, you know. So it's a fun job.
If I can also say, there was somebody, I can't remember who was it, but when I first announced my store, one of the somebody who follows me, they was like, so are you aware that you're like the first Black woman to open up a store in the South, the southern part of the country? And I was like, the first? No. Because I knew Ariel Johnson opened up her store. But when I did more research, she was the first on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was like research, I'm like, you know, trying to find other Black women comic shop owners. There are none in the South.
That's what's up. Accolade right there.
Yeah.
For myself, I've always loved comics. Well, no, that's a lie. I used to hate comic books in 6th grade, so I'm not gonna lie to you. But since I discovered my love for comic books and I started making them, this is my all-time favorite moment, and I'll end with that. I was at a comic book convention here in Columbus, Ohio, and I was sit up at this table, and one of my close friends, Marshall Shorts, his son came over and brought his friend. I just call him my nephew. He brought his friend over, and he was like, yo, this is Hot Shot. This is the book I've been talking about. So I automatically got a big ass smile on my face. Like, he's bringing his friend to come look at my book. And so his friend is just, he picks it up or whatever. You know, he gets the first issue. He goes in and buys the first issue. 20 minutes later, he comes back around, gets the second issue. And then I notice he goes off to the corner, sits down and reads. I go back to doing my thing, selling whatever. He comes back with his friend, gets the third issue. He goes back over to the same corner and goes and reads the book. Comes back half an hour later with his mom, gets the fourth issue. Comes back with my nephew. He's out of money. Convinced my nephew to get him the fifth issue. He didn't make it 3 feet away from my table. He just stood there and started reading the fifth issue. Because if you guys have seen Hot Shot or read the books, you know the fifth issue is the big fight. It's 33 pages of Void versus Hot Shot. He just didn't even get 3 feet away from my table, opened it up, and he was just lost in the world. And when I saw this kid, man, I was like, that's how I was. That's how I looked when I read my first issue of X-Men. When I was lost in the world of Cyclops, Wolverine, and Iceman and everybody in Russia trying to save Illyana. I was lost like that. And to have made a book with my friends and my teammates, and to have some kid on the first day here be lost in my book, like not only be lost, but hustle to get the money and hustle everybody could to get the book and read it that same day. He came back to get and he was just staring at the sixth issue, just staring. And I said, you know what, man, here, just take it. Just take it. There's no way I cannot let you have this book after what you have done today to get to this point. Like, it made me so happy to see him lost in that comic book, man. But like, that's why I do it. I want people to feel the way I felt when I read my first comic book. So, Marcy, let's get your moment because your phone cut off, kicked you off.
I'm sorry.
Right.
What did I miss?
You're our last one. We're talking about our favorite moment from the career paths that we've taken.
Honestly, I think my favorite moment is any time that I've worn Rogue. So I'm a Rogue cosplayer from X-Men. I've done 3 of her costumes now, and every time that I cosplay her, it is just so much fun. Like, all the fans just love her, and it's exciting. Like, every single time I'm in that costume, does not matter which one it is, everyone's just like, oh my god, like, this is fantastic. I'm like, oh, how you doing, sugar? And whatever. It's just but that alone, like, just those people enjoying that costume and that character is just, that's what makes it for me. Like, it's the most fun in the cosplay world of just being that person that, you know, they loved as a character, and it's fun. I don't know.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. So I want to thank you guys so much for being a part of this. We're gonna go around real quick. Tell everybody where they can find you, the name of your store, where they can shop with you. Go ahead.
I had a question to ask. Sorry, I forgot her name. The cosplayer.
Which one, Marcy or Kara?
Kara.
Kara.
Yeah. How long have you been, cosplaying?
So this is actually my 10th anniversary.
Oh wow. Do you know what your first one was?
My first cosplay was Power Girl.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you do that one very well.
All right, so I want you guys to go around and let everybody know where they can find you on social media or the name of your stores, so they can come shop with you if you got product and things like that. It ain't just about FSK today. Although we do appreciate everyone's donations, and those donation doors are still open on that clicking ticker right there. Go ahead and make your donations of at least $1. I'm not going to turn away, $15, $20, $3,000 or nothing, but at least $1. LaShawn, what's the name of your store and where people can find you?
Okay, so the name of my store is called Comics and Geeks, a beverage lounge, and the website is active, and you can go on there. I have not promoted the website because I'm just trying to do some last minute touches. But my fan page, which is on Facebook, Comics and Geeks, a beverage lounge, you can go like that one. I try to post on my page and then share it to my store page, so you can kind of keep up with what I do with the store. And then my Beautiful Soldiers book, beautifulsoldiers.com, and also my Instagram, beautiful_soldiers. And I also have a fan page, Beautiful Soldiers, for my book. Or you can just follow my main page. It doesn't matter. So yeah, those are my links. Oh, and I thought Moana McAdams, if you're watching, girl, I love the dress. I don't know if you can see it. Girl, thing when all my titty print showing.
Karen Nicole, where can everybody find you at?
You can find me at on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter as AZ Power Girl. You can follow my personal page, Karen Nicole. My store is 183degreestudio.com, and I'm on YouTube as the AZ Power Girl.
Awesome. Ryan, where can they find you at?
Oh, everywhere. We on Facebook, just look for Comic Town. We're on YouTube, Comic Town TV. Our website where you can buy stuff is shopcomictown.com. Instagram's World of Comic Town. Yeah, everywhere. And in Columbus, Ohio, if you want to visit in person.
What's that podcast you do though?
Oh man, I keep forgetting about that. Because Vic's really good on it, and then there's the other guy that looks like a pale Dr. Manhattan. Black, white, and red all over. Yeah, every week we do spoiler-free reviews of books, and we've conned a few people into liking us. So,
more than a few, buddy. More than a few. Brian, what's the name of your shop so more people can get their books printed through you and prints?
Well, I pretty much just have the Facebook page, which is just called Page by Page Copies and Finishing. The logo is this little Superman-looking guy that Mr. Watson designed for me a few years ago. And real quick here, anyone that does donate to the FSK Comic Book Day, I'm going to donate or take a percentage off of sales in November, up to 10%. Every $100 plateau they go to, I'm going to drop basically add a percentage off, so up to a max of 10%. So please donate to Mike, and that's getting to his $1,000 goal. That'll give everyone 10% off in November. I also do free shipping on book orders of 100 floppies or more, or 25 trade books or more, prints, yada yada yada. But yeah, page by page copies and finishing on Facebook. The best way to get a hold of me, but you can always reach out to me. I'm just my Facebook page, Brian Dalton, with this mug right here. That's it, man.
Trevor, where can people get a hold of you and check out any of the work you've done?
My Instagram is Milo Favahoot, and then I have another Instagram of Burl Lancome Jr. That's some of my just custom figures and stuff. And then NECA Toys are at comic book stores and Target and Walmart sometimes, and online. So toy stores, you can find our stuff. It's around.
Yeah. And real quick, you also was the art director for DC Direct, correct?
I worked at DC Direct for about a year and a half. Yeah. So I worked over there for a little bit. I worked on the Batman, the Adventures Continue figures.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just about everything else they canceled. But I worked there just really briefly. I wanted to work on Batman the animated series stuff, and I did some black and white. I just art directed like some black and white statues, a few other things. But the Batman the Adventures Continue was a lot of fun to work on. So, and even that, I think there's only those 4 figures that ever came out. But there's a comic book series now, which is cool. So,
awesome. Marcy, where can everybody find you?
I'm on Instagram at Veja Nikita, VEIJANIKITA.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank my amazing group of panelists for taking the time to hang out with us today and let us inside of your world and sharing the dream that you chased down to make happen. I think that's really important for people to hear and see that it can happen. So thank you so much. But we're going to get ready to roll up to our next panel, and I think a couple of you might be on the next one or whatnot, but we'll see. So I'll catch you guys next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. All right. Woo! That panel was awesome, man. I was looking forward to that one so much, man. To just have all those heavyweights in the geekdom world. Get Veronica in here. Hey, Andy almost spit up his tea when he saw the Hot Shot Venomized when I put it in there. Cause it's awesome. Let me see here. This thing is so dope. Hey, I'm about to give y'all some of this real quick. All right, so we got a little bit of time before our next panel starts. So we're gonna drill it back in. So I'm gonna go check on our staff, the stars that are helping us tonight. They're still there. They're still taking phone calls. There really isn't a phone number. Emails and donations. They're really working for us. Was that Toby? That was Toby Maguire, man. I didn't know Toby came out to help us. Man, he likes Hot Shot. That's cool. Yeah, so they're out there.
Can to defend his Spider-Man title.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Ask him about those rumors when we get a break.
I will. We will ask Toby about those rumors. Oprah has been on the phone this entire time. She has not left. That phone has not left her air.
What's her name? She's on the phone with Gail. We all know that her name. That's who she's talking to. Or Phil.
Yeah, looks like everyone's still there, man. That's so great. Like, everyone's working hard. We're taking everyone's donations and stuff, man. It's just so good to see people come together.
People were wanting an update on our...
update where we're at. Let me check to see if we got any more in. Oh, we do.
Hold on.
Andrew sent $10.
Andrew.
He wants the Venomized Hot Shot.
Get Andrew in here.
Let's get Andrew in here. Let me see here. Andrew is hilarious. I didn't even know Andrew was still watching. Where did Venomized Hot Shot go? I just had him. We need to get him up here so more people can see him. Biscuits and Jiminy Crickets. Hey, while I look for Venomized Hot Shot, we're going to play a trailer for one of these comics where you can go to shortfusemediagroup.com and order some comics. Let's go with Heroes. Heroes International. They are the world's greatest superhero team. They're like your Avengers or your Justice League with one key exception. They suck. They're the worst team ever put together, and they're trying to be better. Let me see. Let me take that down. All right, so let me show you guys this. I found them real quick. Lickety split. All right, boom. Venomized Hotshot. So this was in our chat and draw session. This is what was thrown out as a suggestion. I drew it up, and then Veronica colored it up. So this is hot and available right now. $10. Put your orders in. Put them in the comments, and then we'll get it out to you. We'll get it mailed out to you. We also have Hotshot saw a spider. So he's going to kill that spider. He's going to kill that spider good. All right. And also today, exclusivity. Vigilance saves the day as she brings the boat ashore. Literally, if you look up close, that's the Titanic. My girl went underwater and brought the Titanic up. She said you were looking for this. Boom. Each one of those prints are $10. The shipping for those prints will be $3. Let's see. Okay. Can we get an update on those chat and draw images? Yeah. Let me pull those out. We still got a little bit of time here.
We are at $502.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me get it. Because you know I got this stuff ready. We are now at... Where's that? Damn it.
Did you close it?
No, I didn't close it. There it is. All right. We're at how much, Danny?
$502.
$502. We've hit the 500 mark. Buckets! Yeah, baby. Let's go. Keep it going. We got a little bit of time left. We can get this other 500, hit this $1,000 goal that we're going for. But either way it goes, we've won today. We've won. You guys have come out and support, and we really freaking appreciate that. Let me see. All right, I gave them their link already. Let me shrink that down. Let's take a look at the other chat and draw images. Got a lot of windows open up here, people, so give me 1 second, please. While I get this together, we're going to watch another Carla testimonial.
And I know people are just like, she's wrong for feeling the way she does, but nobody can tell you how you feel is wrong. Mm-hmm. If somebody hurt you, you can't tell, they can't tell you that they didn't, Mm-hmm. And the fact that he trusted, even though, like you say, his best friend found out about him being a superhero. Mm-hmm. To me, that's important to say, okay, my best friend knew, but the person that I'm sleeping with doesn't. That's a whole new level of disconnect that can't just, I'm sorry, I can't excuse it. So I get that he's a hero, but he's not infallible. Mm-hmm. And I think people try to excuse heroes or superheroes or anything like that by, go, oh, well, this was justified. It's not justified. Your ends do not justify it means do not justify the ends. Either come clean and be honest with her and respect how she feels about that, or walk the fuck away, and that goes with like whether you're a superhero or not. If you can't respect somebody's feelings, you don't need to be in that relationship. And then he has this big fight with dragons, which I love dragons, so I'm just gonna put that out there.
I will send you the link to the issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, and I get that, and he beats the baddies and he goes and has coffee with somebody, which would be all fine and dandy if he didn't make plans to be with his girl. So it's like, that's just another layer of the disrespect that's going on here. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a big part of how she's looking at this, because it's like saying, I could kick the shit out of you every day, but I'm saving lives. So it's okay that I'm kicking the shit out of you.
Wow. All right. Hey, I'm here for it. But we're gonna throw it back to the panelists, and I want to see what they have to say about this response. Back to you, Danny Cooper. Yo, these Carla testimonials getting hot in here. All right, I got the pieces up. So for our chat and draw sessions, our friends, went ahead and finished those up. So we're going to share the screen. All right. Boom. That one is Andy's. Shaggy. He wants me to stop calling him Andy. Shaggy. I've been calling him Andy since I've known him. Shaggy's right there saying, now it's my turn. His response piece to Ren McKenzie, who hates Hugh-Man. Next up, we got Vigilance by Ryan. Ryan's like his art's like Batman Arkham City. That's what his art reminds me of. Because like he draws the costume as it is, but he puts his spin on it. And I like it. There's nothing wrong with it. I like it a lot. All right, Vigilance done by Ryan. This is abuse. All right? This is abuse. Is that a footprint?
Not the footprint.
Oh, disrespectful. Ren McKenzie, he wants to see Hugh-Man die so bad. And Void by JM. I like it, man. Up close, look, that just looks fearful. I would not want that face staring back at me. Like, what is he thinking? Like, I know he's going to hurt me, but I don't think he's made up his mind yet on how he's going to hurt me.
That kind of looks like my trading card.
Oh, it does. It does. So, we got that on. Is it over there?
Somewhere. I think it is.
Yeah, it's over there.
It's similar.
It hasn't made it into my bag yet. That's why.
So, art auction is still happening right now. Yeah, there goes Veronica's version of it. Look, Jen said, Ren McKenzie, what the F? A footprint? It was also a child-sized footprint. It was. It was. Terrible, terrible, terrible. All right, so we're still in the building. Oh, we're probably going to start getting people dropping in here for this next panel. So this next panel is going to be awesome. It's called And Then. Carmen. And she was just down here. Do you want to explain how And Then works?
I think that's a no.
I think that's a no, too.
What? You were too high.
But you came up with the game. You want to explain it to our audience?
Where's our participants? Are they coming in?
Yeah, where is everybody? All right, so funny story. My wife plays this game with my kids called And Then. They take turns telling the story. It's a freestyle story. And the moment somebody says And Then, they have to pass the sticks to somebody else to tell their story. It doesn't matter if you're finished or not. They just have to give it up, because when most of us are talking and we're into a story, we just say And Then as a natural thing, because we're like, and then I went to the store and I got some grapes. And then I went outside and tripped on my face. You know, it's just a part of our dialogue. So the trick is, how long can you go without it? But
Someone can steal if you say And Then unintentionally.
Someone can steal if you say it unintentionally.
Yeah, like you can say And Then and not realize it, and someone can just steal it.
So as if you were dropping in the like, and you don't realize you're doing it. Someone you drop. Okay.
This is why you should have came over here and explained it. I didn't know that rule. Well, I would talk about it at comic book conventions or whatnot, and I was like, "Have you ever heard of this game?" And then played it, and they were like, "Nah, man, I've never heard of this game." And so I talked to my wife about it. She was like, "Oh yeah, we made that up." So it's just a game they made up, and so now we do it. Today we're gonna do it with You Create Comics idea cards. So we got a special guest host today. She will she's taking time from special missions that she does on a regular basis. Happens to be the world's strongest superhero. And she's gonna mix these cards up. She's gonna shuffle out some cards, and someone's gonna have to say, she pulls this card, says reunited, and it feels so good. You gotta start your story off with the word reunited. And we got some pretty clever creators to play this game, and we're gonna see how it goes today with them. We got a couple minutes. Let me see. I know I'm Coach Sweet. Don't tell me I'm snoozing, man. I'm working. I'm definitely not snoozing out here in these streets, these virtual streets. All right, let me see here. Hey, you know what? And just because we're using Victor's You Create comic cards, I want you guys to check out these You Create products. You can get these live right now. YouCreateComics.com. They're great tools to help you learn how to make comic books or use them if you're a comic book.
That's a big thanks to y'all. Peace.
Sent this to me. Hey, all right, how you doing? We're still in the building. I'm gonna give you one more video because I'm trying to find. Hey, hold on. Hey, Vigilance, how you doing? You're on mute.
Finding yourself. How are you doing?
Doing good. Question. I sent the link to the group, right?
Yeah, I was.
Or did I
I
not?
noticed I was there early, so I was just chilling out.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, all right, cool. So, yeah, let's go, everybody. All right, Vigilance. So, how you doing today, Vigilance? Did you save any lives today?
Yeah, I decided to just take a break, just relax, and I knew this was coming, so I said, let me just get ready and prepare for that. So here I am.
Awesome. I mean, it's a pleasure to have such a iconic star with us today on FSK Day. I mean, everyone's come out to help and support. It's incredible. It's just incredible. Also, ladies and gentlemen, these prints are fire. Hey, where's one of them at? Let me tell you.
I think you put it in the envelope for Andrew.
No, there should be an extra one.
Here.
You be moving stuff.
Oh, it's right there at the bottom. Look, these prints are on photo glossy paper. They gleaming, baby. They are gleaming. I know you can't really see the gleam. Oh wait, look at that. You see that light reflecting there? That's gleam. You want all that? 11x17, baby. $10. We got Hot Shot Saw a Spider. We got Vigilance Saves the Titanic, and we got Venomized Hot Shot. Come on, $10 for each print, $3 for the shipping. Woo! And me and Veronica are gonna sign them because she colored them up. Who said, "Oh my God, Oprah"? Yes, Vigilance in the building. Hey, Danny J, quick, I need you to stop reading my comic books, man. You out here with these theories, baby. All right, let's see. And it says, and then reminds me of dude, where's my car? Yo, there's 2 pizza upstairs. Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We're just waiting for everybody to get in here so we can get the ball rolling. Now, in case you're just tuning in right now, we're looking for donations, all right? We are at $504.
502.
502. We're at $502. The goal we're going for is 1,000. We are trying to use these funds to make more comic books, so get more content out there to you. All right, let me check. Oh, Vigilance just donated $10 to us.
Oh, see that on the list.
Hey, that one went through Vimo. Oh man, that's awesome. Thank you, Vigilance. Christina gave us 20 from Vimo. Yep, that's all of them. All right. They're starting to come in here now. Let me make sure. Let me see who's all in here. We are doing, and then. All right, Tony's in the building. John's in the building. Chuck's in the building. We're waiting for Eric. Tony's there. All right, so we're about to get ready to do this panel. We're gonna get it cracking. Vigilance is in the building. A little secret, guys. I didn't want to ruin the moment for you guys, but this is Felicia. All right. She's not really Vigilant. She's playing a character. I know her acting is amazing. I know she just looks the role so much or whatnot. But I didn't want you guys getting disappointed when she didn't fly off screen or anything like that, or whatnot. But she's in the building with us right now, and she's shuffling the deck, getting ready. All right, we got Scooter's there. We're waiting for Lawrence, and we're waiting for Eric. But we're about to get it cracking. All right, let's get this ball rolling. Branding, because I'm all about that today.
Epic. What up?
How's it going?
What's up?
Vigilance
Dude,
in the building.
How did I get in this group with Vigilance, the Mr. 5-star himself, and Scorpio? Holy crap! I took a wrong turn into Wrightsville.
What's up?
What's up, man?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Doing really good. It's a great day. It's FSK day, so I'm ready to go.
It's been pretty live. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Yeah. So, have you guys played this game before?
No.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
In improv, I was in an improv troupe, and we played this one a lot, and it's so much fun.
Yeah, I am excited. I'm looking forward to it to see how it goes. I was wondering instead if we just did one card and just started from there. Sound pretty good?
so what's
Can I ask
how do the rules work? How do the
Sorry, what?
I never played, so I was just wondering like how does it work? How's the rules work exactly?
Yeah. Get a refresher.
Great question.
You want me
Usually,
to take this, Vigilance?
hey, you're the man with the show. Go ahead.
No, I mean, if you got it, you got it.
I'll let you run this one.
All right. So rules are real simple. Vigilance is going to shuffle up these cards. She's going to pull out a card per each person and hold it up, and that's your card. Whoever starts. But you have to freestyle the story about Vigilance on the spot right now. The moment you say "and then," whether intentional or not, you lose your turn. Whether your story's finished, and it goes to the next person to continue the story wherever they want it to continue. I say we do 3 rounds of it. A card per person. What's up, Chuck?
Sorry to bother you. Can I get a quick pitch and description of Vigilance so I get her just right?
Hey, actually, Chuck, let me set the mood for you, baby.
You the man. You my boy.
Let me set the mood for you. That's nothing. All right, so the elevator pitch for that is Vigilance is the world's strongest superhero. She works for the government full-time with no secret identity, but she has amnesia, and she's starting to realize the government's lying to her about who she really is.
You know, you always say that, and I don't really believe you that I have amnesia every time.
That's the thing, dude. That's the thing. That's why it's amnesia.
Hey, Vigilance, what are your powers?
I mean, I got it all. Did you just see the video?
I can tell, but
I mean, what do you want? She's a classic Superman archetype.
I'm sorry, let me pull out my resume from under my cape, would you?
She's a classic Superman archetype with a twist. She gets stronger with the more pain and fear that she feels.
Intense.
I like that.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all have at it. This is round 1. Go ahead, Vigilance.
All right. So I've been shuffling these cards for a minute, so I think we're pretty good. We're going to start with the first one. Ooh, and the first one is sequel.
Word.
Chuck.
Chuck looking
yeah.
lost.
I know. No, I know. How am I supposed? So that's the idea of what I'm playing with is sequel.
Yeah. It was like with me, you know, you just go with it. You run with it. Let the creative juices just start flowing.
"5 days after her last mission, Vigilance awakens to an alarm. She slams her hand on it, not ready to wake up just yet. She looks around and realizes she's not at home. In fact, she doesn't know where she is. She gets up quickly, scans the room. It looks like a motel room, a really, really crappy motel room. She runs to the door, puts her ear to the door, uses her hearing, listens. She can hear regular movement outside. Sounds like a normal day in a normal town. She slowly opens the door, looks out. It looks like a normal town like any other. Walks out on the balcony. The entire area is combed with police. Their guns are all up, trained on her. She slowly puts her hands up. Yeah, you know what's up. Slowly puts her hands up, and then...
All right. Who wants to take it from that? My gosh, that's a lot. Who wants to take it off from that? So this is where I am right now.
So we don't have to get a. So that card just sets us on the whole trail. We don't.
Yep, this is the first round. We're just going with it. So my hands are in the air. Cops are at me. Guns blazing. Holy crap! Now what?
Okay, I'll try to continue.
All right.
So going off of his, and then I'm not ending my turn there. I'm just going off of his.
I'll spare you that one. I'm not that cold hearted. I know it said, "Can we trust Vigilance?" You can trust me with that. I got you.
He said, and then while she has her hands up, you may not want to do that. Those are the next words out of her mouth. Now the officers, they look pretty determined. They look, like they're out for blood, and they're more or less in the mindset of, we're not scared of you. We know what we're doing, kind of a situation. So one of the officers says, just put your hands down, come down slowly, no superpowers. I don't want to see any eyes lighting up. I don't want to see any muscles bulging, none of that. Just calmly walk down the stairs from where you're standing. Okay? No superpowers. Vigilance decides to belay that order. She does not respond to the commands of the police officer, and instead explodes from her spot on the motel roof, okay, at very high speed. Okay, and mind you, as she explodes from this roof, she's shattering everything. All right, the balconies, the balcony's gone. You know what I mean? The officers miraculously do not actually start firing, but they start shouting orders. Hey, keep your weapons on her. Don't let her get out of sight. Make sure she doesn't get too far. So Vigilance is flying higher, and then.
Oh, all right.
You know how to do it.
All right. This story is
go.
just getting more and more. Let's what you got?
So she's flying in the air, right? She flies up in the air.
And no officers have fired at her.
All right, no officers are firing at her. All right. So we cut to a backstory to where Vigilance had no idea that earlier the mad genius Dr. Glazed McGlazed actually put in mind control vices in cases of a few dozen donuts and took them to the police station. So all the police officers in the city are under his mad glazed donut mind control device.
I love it.
So it's just sinister plan to get Vigilance to attack the police. So she is flying through the air. She's wondering why, for one, did I wake up in a dingy hotel? Why are the cops?
My costume on.
Why are they not following me? And then, see,
Oh, he said
that
it.
was a mistake. See,
He said it.
everybody else was super clever and was like,
Man,
but
he was
mine
all
like,
stuck in the glaze, and then he said it, and I'm like, all right,
yeah.
what now?
Sorry, man, I left you kind of a mess, buddy.
It's all right. It's all right. So let me make sure I have this correct. The card said sequel.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going with that.
No one has touched sequel yet. I just wanted to be sure of
Chuck
what we're
Chuck
doing.
I did, because the thing is, where my brain went to when she said sequel was that it all revolves around the fact that she had amnesia. She's waking up again, not being able to remember
so the night before, this is the sequel to that night. Okay,
that's what's up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Big
see?
brain moves right now. Big brain.
Are we
editor?
Yeah,
Are we
that's good.
Are
Good
we
stuff.
sticking with keeping just vigilance in the story?
I
As
mean,
in,
don't
I'm
forget
good
about
with that.
Dr. McGlaze.
you can do that.
Dr. McGlaze, that's right. That's
Dr.
right.
McGlaze
That's
is
right.
in there.
Okay,
I mean,
Dr.
this man is a
McGlaze.
mastermind. Mind control donuts.
Referee Mike is coming in real quick.
All right.
I like that Glaze McGlaze. I'm making that dude tonight. Right, so, here's the thing. Each person gets a card. You all don't. Each person gets a card.
Okay. All right. So go
I
ahead.
enjoyed that. But okay.
Hey,
All right.
on the spot, baby. That was dope.
I enjoyed that, but okay.
First
great.
time.
All right. So pull me a card then. Pull me a card.
All right.
I
got a card for you. Okay. Well,
All
thank you, referee Mike, for that. I must have forgot that. So
It's that amnesia. Yeah.
Right.
Today on FSKDAY. Here we go.
Right.
All right. So here's the card. First day out.
First day out. Oh. All right. So we got Glaze McGlaze with the. All right. Let me make sure I know where I'm at. All right. Glaze McGlaze. Vigilance is in the sky. First day out. Okay. It's gonna be harder than I thought it was gonna be. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a flashback to the day before. Glaze McGlaze's first day out of mad scientist prison. He had been coming up with this plan for the glazed donuts and the mind control over the police officers the whole time he was locked up for the last 5 years. He set it up with some people that he was in jail with, and he had been obsessing over vigilance that entire 5 years he was inside. So the idea that he had was not to hurt her with the police officers, but to capture her and bring her to him so he can mind control her as well. Since it did not work at the hotel and she's up in the sky, now he has to figure out a different way to get her to him. So he shows up at the hotel, mad and screaming that the cops didn't do exactly what he wanted them to do. He has to call on another mad scientist or another person he was in prison with to help him get a satellite lock on vigilance so he can see exactly where she's at. And then
all right. I like you guys' pause with it. And then, all right. Okay. So who is next? You guys ready for your card? You all right. You're ready. All right, Chuck. Here we go.
Oh yeah, I assume we're going in that circle. Yeah, I'm in.
Perfect. It came from space.
Oh,
perfect.
Oh,
come on, you got set up nice with that.
I get set up beautifully. Yeah. So and then the mad scientist he called upon was actually the Rocket Man, and the Rocket Man
Not the
is a what's that?
Not the Rocketeer?
No, the Rocket Man. And his evil base is an old Soviet shuttle that is floating around the Earth that he has turned into a satellite. and his satellite, he pinpoints and he tracks down Vigilance as she makes her flight path across the eastern seaboard. He sends out the information to Glaze McGlaze, much love on that one, Tony, who takes the information and then gives that to the... Yeah, nice. Okay, I screwed that.
God dang.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
On to the next one. Are you ready?
Yeah, it's a lot to catch up on, isn't it?
It's funny in the story. You get caught in it. It does happen. It's crazy. Y'all, all right, you ready for the next one?
Pass her the information. So he just passed McGlaze the information based on on where she's at?
Yes.
Yeah.
Eastern
Oh,
Seaboard.
okay.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So here's the next one. A hidden weakness.
Oh, snap. So there's a nefarious reason as to why Glaze McGlaze used these donuts in particular to target Vigilance. Unbeknownst to her, due to her amnesia and all of her greatness and all of her power, she has a weakness to peanuts.
Oh no.
Look, the peanut donuts are my favorite, okay? Okay, coconut. Let's go. Let's say coconut.
All right.
She has a weakness to coconut. So what he was originally gonna do was he had this plan, unbeknownst to her, because she didn't look around. She kind of just burst out the room, didn't even catch the donuts that were sitting neatly on the dresser for her, And prior to, he had hit her with that Pavlovian, conditioning that told her that, hey, coconut's your favorite donut. It's your favorite flavor. But she already bounced. So now that she's flying up in the air, you know what I mean? What's his name? Rocket Man.
Rocket Man.
The Rocket Man.
Like that. You gotta say it like that. When you say it.
Yeah, that's right. You know what's up.
Rocket Man's got a lock on him. Glaze McGlaze says, "All right, we're on to plan B. Rocket Man, release the drones." The drones pop out. Okay, they're flying. They got the drones with the it's like the omnidirectional drones. You know what I mean? They're like mad fast. They're engineered to keep up to roughly a third of her speed. If she's not going full speed, they go pretty fast. Not quite to her full speed because she's pretty dope with it. But they can get pretty fast if she's not going all out. They can keep up with her. You know what I mean? So she's flying. The drones show up. Drones start. The drones start shooting these donut-shaped devices that are full of coconut. So now Vigilance is zipping, dipping and diving. There's donut-shaped bombs coming in her direction, and then next thing you know, she's oh shoot, Dang, wait.
Didn't he say, and then next thing you know?
Give it to Tony right there. Give it to Tony right there.
I wasn't sure. Did the weapon-shaped donuts is what threw me for a second. Did he just say weapon-shaped donuts?
So yeah, it's like pumpkin bombs, but they're donut bombs. All right.
Donut bombs. Yeah.
I mean, if it hits her,
someone said he did say and then. Someone said he did. So let's stop you right there, because that really put me in for a loop. It was like that triggered my amnesia. I said, "Did you say weapon shaped donuts right here?" It was like, okay, we'll stop you right there for a second. That's a good story. All right, let's move on to another card, and it is a new power.
A new power.
Oh gosh! Come on! The title, Mr. Glaze, Miss Glaze. I'm ready. A new character's coming. I can feel it.
A new power. You want to take it, or you want me to do it?
No,
you're next, baby. You're next, man.
So the alarm goes off, and Vigilance wakes up again to realize that all this was just a very bad dream. She forgot that she had ate coconut donuts last night, and she woke up with a terrible stomach ache because she knows what they do to her. She knows what the coconut does to her. It had her dreaming about Dr. McGlazed and Rocket Man and all these things. So, yeah, she wakes up again, only to come out of her room to the balcony to see a bunch of police officers pointing their guns at her, and her hands are up in the air. And she is thinking to herself, there's no way that I just dreamed about that. She's wondering to herself, do I have some type of foresight, some type of dream that predicted my future? Is all this going to happen again? Is there really a crazy glazed donut craved mad genius out there trying to kill me with donuts? And then
all right. Oh man, this is like some Inception stuff going on now. It's just a dream.
So you get a whole new start, but you get to start from
right.
police officer.
I appreciate that. You sent me
all right.
Now, my card
So
is
now,
probably going to be like dodgeball or tulips or something like that.
No, it's actually underground.
That's
underground. Okay. All right. So we're back with the cops. You said you said you're thinking of somebody. Okay. So vigilance is on the balcony. Cops, hands in air, and then
Wait.
No, he was just rehashing what he said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was.
I was rehashing what he said. Yeah. No. I was trying to figure out where I was at. I was trying to make sure where I was at. All right. So then a portal opens right beside vigilance, and Avery the Astonishing steps out of the portal and looks at vigilance and says, "You have no idea what happened. You don't remember anything about what happened last night." She tells the cops to relax. They put their guns down. She says, "I'll take care of it all." She brings vigilance back in the room and says, "Last night you were angry at whatever name of the guy she's dating, John, Jim, whatever his name is. You called me. We started having girlfriend conversations, and then we ended up at this underground club around the corner having drinks. We were having drinks. You got upset, saw somebody that looked like John, and just started beating up on everybody in the club. When you got angry, I had to grab you, calm you down, and start taking you out of the club. But you got mad all over again and want to fight even more.
Oh God.
So I teleported you outside to the parking lot when you didn't see anybody else and you calmed down a little bit. We decided to go to the Waffle House to get something to eat. And then
I'm sorry. It hurts my heart to have to stop this panel.
Oh my God.
Y'all were doing so good. I'm glad this is recording because I might do a sketch week of this adventure. So it really hurts my feelings to have to end this panel. You guys are so good. After Glaze McGlaze, I'm never letting that go. Never letting that go. I want to thank you guys so much for showing up to the panel, and because of you, gentlemen, you have secured the very first panel that will definitely be repeating at my next event. Definitely all day, every day. So, thank you again. In the comments, drop you guys' social media so everybody can catch that and get where you're at. I'd like to thank Vigilance for coming out for hosting this panel. I know she's got a world to protect. She is the world's strongest superhero. Be sure to check out my man Tony Clapp because he got that 5-star in the Short Refuse Mini Group website that's out there. Get them cop those right now. Lawrence, I'm putting the image of the villains in the chat. So if you guys want to get prints of it or post it, whatever, it's y'all's to do that. And I don't know if you saw, but up on the T Public store, I've got the villain shirt up for sale for $13, so you guys can order that. And the link is in this post in the top, so you can click right on there and you guys can order that.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Vigilance to avoid those coconut donuts.
Yeah. Dangerous coconut donuts.
Bye-bye, Vigilance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, it's getting to be that time. We're winding down. I'm uploading stuff to Google Drive because
Where's Mr. Quick?
Where is Mr. Quick? Oh wait, I don't think I sent him the link. I was so intoxicated by their story. Copy.
Blaze.
That is the T Republic store. That is DeviantArt. That is Safari, so I know it's not up there. And up there it is, DJ Quick.
He thinks he's gonna get all the spoilers tonight.
He do. He think he getting all of them. Hold up, is it Danny just? Oh, it's just Danny J Quick on this one.
Yeah.
And us. Is the T Republic store. What's up, Danny J Quick?
What it do?
Here,
What y'all doing?
we can slide in the
Y'all working a full-time job today,
You think
you
so?
move that one up there up top. So
but it's more work to do.
maybe not.
'Cause right now it's time.
All right.
Right now it's time.
You're not getting all the spoilers. Not all of them.
Mike said I can get 70% spoilers today.
Mike's terrible with math.
As we found out.
Mike said I can get up to 70% spoilers today, so that's what I'm shooting for. Really though, I'm just happy. I appreciate y'all having me on the show, having me on the panel. Today we're going to be talking Hot Shot and Vigilance.
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny J Quick. I got to do. I'm forgetting about my brand and I'm slipping so late.
I know you had some video clips. We got to get them in there. Go ahead.
All right, so we're gonna hit y'all with the Hot Shot trailer. We're gonna hit the where you can donate because we're still trying to get that money. We still need those donations. We're at $502. Is that right, Danny?
Yeah, 502 last count.
502 last count. Last count is
Actually,
502.
no, we're higher.
Yeah, we are higher. Let's get an
Oh, the
update.
new prints, right?
532.
532. We're at $532. I'm
I'm
filling
talking
it up on my little meter. Oh yeah, because this thing was fun. Yeah, it is. So we're at $532. We're over half. I think we can still make it in this last hour. So let's get the this is where you can donate. So get your apps and your cell phones and your iPads and your computers ready. We're only asking for $1, but if you give more, that's great. So we got that Hot Shot trailer out the way. We've shown the Village 1 a couple times. I feel like I want to thank Danny J. Quick for filling in. Libra couldn't host tonight. And when I had to think of somebody to do it, I was like, Danny J. Quick is the perfect person to do this. I don't know why I didn't go there the first time. And I need you to stay out my Google Drive folders, man. like get out my Google Drive folders. Like, I thought when you put that little gif of the person hacking, I thought that was all fun and games. But you need to stay out the FSK folder.
Hey, you got to make sure that you got the right files in those folders when you send them. All right, because if you got anything else in there, I'm looking through it. I'm looking through all your files. I do that. But listen, so we heard earlier you talking to Victor Dandridge about the creation of Hot Shot. Okay, only got 30 minutes. Only got about 30 minutes. Okay, so I want to get into vigilance tonight. I want to talk about vigilance.
Okay.
Because I've heard the story of how you created Hot Shot. Tell me about the process that brought vigilance to life, though.
The process for vigilance was I wanted a badass female superhero. I didn't feel like there was enough representation for female. Like, we got Storm, we got Wonder Woman, you got Jean Grey, and oh shoot, there we go. And you got these other female superheroes that are dope, but they never see anything long term. Nothing ever gets invested in them to keep their books running or whatnot. To give them like Storm should have a 300, 400 issue comic book. Like that should have been happened. Like why is that not a thing for Storm? And I just wanted a really dope female character that did not need help from a man at all. And Vigilance, its name, actually started off as Vengeance. And then Victor got a hold of the book and he was like, so you got the world's strongest superhero's name is Vengeance? I was like, yeah. Dope, right? But she works for the government, Michael. That doesn't sound like, it sounds like she's going to kill people. Yeah, she's the strongest superhero. Like, she don't take no games. She don't play no games. And so Victor actually renamed her Vigilance. And I was like, all right, Mr. Dandridge. Touche. But it works. It works. Because it sounds really dope as the Vigilance program, being vigilant. Because that's what she is. So that was a very, very good move on Victor Dandridge's part. The costume, for the most part, is the same. Little tweaks here and there, but it was originally black and red. She was born evil. Evil was in her soul.
She would have looked a lot like Void then, if it was black and red. Mm-hmm.
Look at this dude.
I'm just saying, if it was been black and red, it would just look like a little symbolism there. But I won't go there right now. So
to kind of add on to Mike's answer, I think that also if you look at where we've taken Vigilance, so obviously we had her in the first story arc of Hot Shot, and we broke her out into her own series. And I think that we've had conversations. We've had conversations about the evolution of the character. We took honest feedback from people that read the book, and we looked at what we wanted to do, took that feedback, and kind of changed course a little bit. We took the original story and we made it out to be 3 parts. And one of the focuses we're looking at right now is trying to make more of that character than just this superpowered being, but someone that you can relate to. Trying to make, even though she's the most powerful being, trying to make her vulnerable. Have her doubting herself and have you question her and make her out to be more of a relatable character. And we've also had conversations about the direction we want to continue to take her. We don't want her to be this stereotypical character that has to rely on the male character to help define her story. And that's something that we've been adamant about as we've looked at where we want to go. And we've had different scripts and we've done rewrites and changed direction on creatives. We want to make sure that we're doing this character justice. I mean, Vigilance is one of our top selling titles and people love the character. So we want to make sure we're doing justice to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I loved it. I love Vigilance. I was just going back through Vigilance 2 and 3 just to brush up on some things, and I caught something that got my attention. I was going to ask you about.
Danny.
Who is when I say the name Zatanna, what does that mean to you?
He's trying to catch. They may not know what's in the books or not. Let's see if we can get a little slippage, a little something spill a little bit.
I'm just saying, you know me. So I think I got in a bad rap because somebody has actively campaigned Team Spoiler Alert as a terrorist organization. They say that I'm out here just throwing people spoilers out and stuff like that. And I would never do such a thing. I would never divulge information from a book that has not been released yet. I just like to talk about good comics. So if your book is published and I can purchase it and I can read it, then I feel like I should be able to talk about it.
I feel like you should talk about it too. It's out there.
It's out there.
Have it. An answer on this. So Tatiana, it's giving us a tease. So again, Vigilance came from the pages of Hot Shot, and we made the decision to break her out into her own series. Part of that was because of the attention she had. People wanted more of her. And we've got this really interesting story, again, to not make her just this generic archetype of Superman. We want her to be so much more. We want her to be vulnerable. We're starting to give you samplings of her past before Hot Shot. If you've read issue 1, you know that she landed on Earth. We've alluded to the fact that she has amnesia, doesn't remember. Mike being rude here, cutting me off. Doesn't remember, everything about her past. Doesn't necessarily remember, what she remembers from the very beginning when she arrived on Earth may not be true. So things are kind of starting to pop out. We're teasing some big things to come later on in the series, but that her past may not be quite what she, or it may be more than what she doesn't remember.
Mm-hmm.
We look at we've had the name that there's a reason Queen Mala came to Earth to fight Vigilance, and it stems to one name, the Destroyer. So we're sprinkling it in, and you'll get more, but there's definitely a lot more than in her past beyond being this generic Superman character.
Yeah, I heard that name, the Destroyer, a couple of times. I saw it in the pages there. It seems like there's a lot of people looking for the Destroyer. Let's see, Queen Mala, that's right. She said it. Then there was Void. Now I don't know if Void said the Destroyer, but there was another group of space pirates that made a special appearance in the early pages. I want to say in Vigilance number 2. What can you tell us about that group?
What's everything? Who are they? Where are they from?
That group is extremely important to the story of Vigilance. They are. It's not just some epilogue throwaway things. They are a big factor to what happens, to what will be happening in the series of Vigilance. Know that their world, as you saw at the end of that issue, was decimated, destroyed, and they are seeking retribution for it. It's all they feel they have left and all that they can do, as they are the last of their people on that was on that planet.
Okay, so I have a theory. It's only 8:05, so I'm gonna throw this out here.
You got time.
I'm gonna throw this out here. So I saw at the end, and I won't spoil this part because I know some people still haven't read Vigilance, but I saw at the end of Vigilance number 3, there was a character that showed up who had been conversing or had been talking to Vigilance during her whole treatment with the was it a psychiatrist? Who she talked to? Right. So we finally got to see, the person or the entity that was speaking to her. And then on the next page, I noticed a similarity in features of that person and one of the other people. So is there any connection? You can tell me, because I don't think we got too many people.
I love it. You can tell me.
I don't think we got too many people watching right now. I can't see the numbers.
We got 11 people watching. We good.
You can tell me, is there any connection between this this tragic happening and the crew that's coming to look for her?
That's a stretch. I will tell you that's wrong.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, you onto something. But I will tell you this: if you read issue number 3 and paid attention to it, that person that she's talking to that's revealed at the end, he's in earlier in the book.
So I'll to try to not give too much away. I think when we look at Hot Shot 5, Hot Shot 6, we know if you've read Vigilance #1, we know that Vigilance has been put on the shelf because of what happened at the end of Hot Shot 5 and 6. There's a reason she's meeting with the psychiatrist. You get more of that as you read through those issues, and I think that we tease a lot about darkness and what that means to Vigilance. And I think that this character brings in a sense of maybe right now for Vigilance, we've introduced a lot of doubt, and although she may not exactly know who this being is, it's about balance. Maybe bringing some light into this confusing time of darkness.
Okay.
Amani said, "Nah, I'm searching." I mean, if you find it, we'll tell you if you're right or wrong.
So one thing that I really like about Vigilance is that she doesn't completely know her past. Like, we don't know how old Vigilance is. We know that she's powerful and that there's some kind of evil inside of her. I can see when the eyes turn purple. I can see that it's not good for anybody else around. Okay, we can see that. But I do like that. In the book we saw her with Justice. We saw the memories of her being coached and trained by Justice. So I know with the Zero event, most of the heroes, disappeared in the Hot Shot universe, right? And Hot Shot, from my understanding, got his powers after Zero event, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but Vigilance, so we know Vigilance had her powers before then. So we know that her and Justice spent some time together. So I'm excited to see what happens with Vigilance and why. And I can't wait to see when her past catches up with her, because I think that's going to be cool. But the question I have is, at the end of both Vigilance #3 and Hot Shot 9, I believe, there's this thing called the Affinity Gauntlet that I see appear. Right? So, and I know you're probably going to answer this in the next panel, but which event are we going to see first? Are we going to see the Zero event unfold? Are we going to get some answers for that? Or are we going to get the Affinity Gauntlet?
So I've been waiting for this question, and I'm gonna answer it next panel too. But you've already got the Affinity Gauntlet. You've already gotten that.
Oh, is this what we?
If you read Hot Shot #9 and Vigilance #3 and Heroes International #3, that Infinity Gauntlet started there in the FSK universe for FSK, but it was triggered in a whole nother book. But you guys have gotten the result of it, and I don't even think you realize that we gave it to you already.
I think I realized but it's not released yet, so I won't. I mean, it is technically released. If it is what I'm thinking it is.
What do you think it is?
So I remember the Scribble Wars, right? I remember.
Scribble Wars, yes.
I remember y'all were talking about all of these different characters crossing over, and there was Apex Prime, and there was Vigilance was in there, and the Kindergarten. What are they called?
The Kindergartens.
The Kindergartens were in there.
Okay.
So
I'll give you this. I'll give you this because Danny J. Quick, you put together some stuff that you don't even realize you put together. So I will give you this tasty victual. The Scribble War is going to be an official comic. It is the official crossover between Vantage In-House and Freestyle Comics. There's 2 pages that y'all have not seen that wrap that up, but it's going to be an official release title through FSK and Vantage. It's our DC Comics versus Marvel Comics.
I like it.
So we gave y'all a full crossover for free online, but now we're going to release it in the comic book so you can see how everything wraps up and you can have it, you can own it in the comic book form, because Victor and I drew 24 pages combined for that book.
In like 3 days.
In like 3 days.
No, I will say as a shout out and a plug to Vantage In-House, If you'd like to know more about what triggers the Affinity Gauntlet and these moments, check out the follow-up to The Trouble with Love by getting the first issue of Never Too Late.
Is that out yet? I don't even.
It's out because I got my copy.
I got my copy.
I got my copy.
I haven't read Never Too Late. I read The Trouble with Love, but I never.
Team Spoiler Alert should be mad to know that we've read all 4 issues.
All 4 issues
of Never Too Late.
Wow. See, y'all got connections and stuff. That's why I be trying to get connections so I can get the inside scoops. Y'all don't be hooking me up with the. I got to talk to Victor.
I'm about to hook you up right now, man. I'm giving you an inside look at the pages so far for Hot Shot.
Hot Shot number 10.
Hot Shot number 10, right here, right now, baby.
That's what I'm talking about. I like that. I like it a lot.
This is page 2.
Let me make my screen bigger so I can.
I love Danny J.
We're trying to take screenshots.
Oh, I remember you drawing this one. I think you
Lori
you got this one on chat and draw, right?
Yeah, Lori inked it. We got that, but I'm not sure.
You showing all of them?
Yeah,
I'm showing all of them. There's a page in here that Amani is like, wait, is that Maria? Oh, I was right.
Brad, we don't have plans for a Void one shot, but Void is definitely about to be like if you got issue 9, you're getting more Void, man.
Void is definitely coming back. Oh, wait a minute. Was he having some troubles with his powers there? Is he having some troubles?
I'm not about to tell you what's happening. I'm showing you the art, baby. Damn.
Look like he's having some troubles right there with the Hadouken, with the Hot Shot special.
The Hot Shot special. This has been a journey inking this book. I would definitely attest to that.
He looked like he on some super Lex Luthor type stuff. This dude right here looks like he might be too smart for his own good.
Hey man, Danny J Quick Brain be working. Hey, this is my favorite panel in the book, man.
You and your feet.
That one
You
with
and
that
your feet.
foot, that look legit, baby. Got the right angle and everything.
Hey man, one of my goals with Ace Blade is to get a shoe deal. I think we need to get Hot Shot a shoe deal too.
I want that too. Hey Amani, who you think it is? I'll tell you if you're right.
Now I got to go back. If I wasn't on the panel, I'd be going back too.
This is my favorite page. This is my second favorite panel with the lake. Love it.
Amani, DM me a screenshot or something.
Who do you think he's calling there? Monty, who do you think he's calling?
That's hilarious.
Look at Mike with seductive grapes.
My man just eating some grapes, man. Every time we show him eating, he's eating a burrito. He had to eat something else.
He already half naked too. He done already came out half the clothes.
He got on a tank top.
He done came out half the clothes already.
Is he half naked or half dressed?
Either way, somebody about to get the hot shot. That's all I know.
All right, who do you think the little blue voice is, though, Amani?
I need to know. I want to see. I don't even want Amani to tell me. I need to find out for myself. It's part of my process.
All right, that's it. That's all you get.
Let's go back and find this little blue voice.
How much time we got on this one?
Oh, I only got 15 minutes left. Okay, I got a question. Look. So here's another question that I have. That I just had jot down in my notes. I read your the source book. You have a source book out for the Freestyle Comics universe.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a name that I saw that I didn't recognize. And I may have overlooked it in the comics because, sometimes you just miss stuff. But who is Remington?
So we get a little tease of Remington in issue 9. There's the press conference when Mike is working at the student center, and or in the dorms, and he's watching TV, and they're talking about they actually introduce
Elite
first
Force.
little tease of Elite Force.
Yeah,
So,
the Elite Force. Okay.
how about this? I'll say you're gonna be seeing more of Remington in issue 10. I'm not gonna tell you when and where and who, but you'll see a little bit more of Remington in issue 10.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we've already introduced Remington. He's in issue 9.
Okay.
And it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem, man.
I must not have seen his name.
The entire FSK universe, not just Hotshot.
Yeah.
Okay. That's who I thought it was. That's who I thought it was, but I wasn't quite sure because I don't remember seeing the name Remington. So there's another thing. There's another thing in the source book that I have a question about. And this might just be my Marvel, the MCU has done things to us as fans. So when I see things in a movie or I hear something and I'm like, is that wording the way that they worded that? Is it, something or is it nothing? So the vigilance page of the source book, it says vigilance is justice reborn. It says the 3 words, vigilance is justice reborn. Right? So it got me thinking, she doesn't know her past. I'm seeing these blue lights, these blue creatures, these blue entities talking to her. So what is the connection between that wording, or am I just imagining something?
You're just imagining that.
Okay.
When they say she is Justice Reborn, they're saying that she's the new version of Justice. Like we lost Justice, and that really sucks. We did not have a backup plan, and luckily, this fell in our laps.
Okay, because I thought Hotshot was Justice Reborn. Be honest, that's what I really thought, because the panels that you drew,
shooters.
What? I'm gonna tell you, because the way you drew these panels, I think it was in Vigilance 3 or 2. There were 3 panels, right? There was a panel where Vigilance was holding up Queen Mala by her throat, and then it flipped and it was somebody else. And I was like, I've seen that in movies sometimes that they do that, and it's a symbolism thing. And I'm like, you know what? And then she said something. She was like, he said that he told her to stop, and she was like, who Justice? And she was like, no, Hotshot. I was like, it's something about his spirit. It's something about his presence that's just like Justice. Maybe. No, I'm not. I'm just speculating.
Hey, Danny J. Quick, I respect your investigative hustle. I'm going to give you this one. There is a link between Justice and Hotshot. Hence why Justice appears at that moment, the same exact moment that's from issue 5 of Hotshot when he tries to stop Vigilance because she's going rampage.
I'll also say this. I'll give another little tease, a little spoiler, that you'll get more of that in the Zero Event miniseries.
I had to reward you on that. That's some good, that's some good ear candy. And I'll put you on a path. I'll put you on a path of something else to look for. If you look back at the issues of Hotshot, I'm not gonna tell you what issues, but there is a constant silhouetted figure wherever Mike is. It's not in every issue, but there's a pattern of a silhouetted figure being around. And we made it blatantly obvious in issue 7. No, is this issue 7? Yeah. Yes. That's it.
Gotcha.
What did you know, Andy? What did you know, Andy? Did I give you the latest total?
No.
Andy's be doing research too, I think. I think Andy be doing research too.
Oh, he does. Andy knows a lot about the FSK universe. That's why he's editing over one of the books.
So
oh yeah.
I want to say that, to some of the panels earlier with the questions I asked about making a story flow, all of these breadcrumbs, all of these pieces is why it's sometimes so hard to edit these books and make sure that we're weaving this pattern together to tell the story. And we want eventually when I'm a big fan of 100 Bullets, and I love how they in Invincible, how they sprinkle in things And 10, 15 issues later, when it comes together, you're like, wait a second. You go back and you check and you realize, like, this has been the plan all along. So we're kind of telling that story with this. So a lot of these things that aren't clear right now, they're going to come together and you'll see the full picture eventually.
Yeah.
Nice. I trust it. I trust y'all. I don't even want to. There's certain stuff that I think that I could do, you know, as a writer. And Hot Shot, like the whole Freestyle Comics, even though I do want to work with y'all eventually, like I just enjoy reading the books. I enjoy the process of watching the stories unfold. So I trust y'all, man. I think it's gonna be great. The things y'all are able to come with. I'm excited about Emerald Quest. I'm excited about Taijutsu Gates. I'm excited about I'm even excited about I haven't read the third Heroes International yet, but I'm excited about that too. So before I let y'all go, I do want to ask 2 more questions. So real quick, because this one might not be important, but who is 11?
11 is he's the representative and like the go-between between EHD, the government, and Heroes International. So he is the part of he's the part of EHD and Heroes that is trying to get this team back functioning.
Okay.
We left breadcrumbs or evidence that there have been previous Heroes International teams. And I've always said in my pitch, this team is terrible because they're a ragtag bunch of kids that have been thrown together. It's like up-and-coming superheroes who have only worked with themselves, by themselves. They've worked solo, and we put them in this environment because the world needed a superhero team after the Zero event. But EHD and the government don't really trust them because they're all a bunch of young Thundercats. So 11 is trying to turn those things around. They put it in his lap to run that team.
I like it. Okay. All right, I'm down with that. Okay, so my last question. The last question, I want to hear from all 3 of y'all.
Hold on.
All 3 of y'all on this one.
I'm a little disappointed that you did not ask us about the strange word balloon in Vigilance #1 when in the Backlash when Justice was talking to Vigilance.
Strange word balloon. Number 1?
It is not a lettering mistake.
It is not. It is absolutely intentional.
Hold on, let me go write that down because you're right. I might have overlooked it. You said in Hot Shot 1 or Vigilance 1?
Vigilance #1. I knew for sure you was about to ask us about that.
See, Vigilance #1 is the only one that I don't have physically on my computer. So I didn't get to go back through and read it this morning. I was looking back through the other ones and I didn't get to read Vigilance #1. But I got through 2 and 3. But I'm gonna go back and find it now.
So all right, what's your last question?
So my last question that I want to hear from all 3 of y'all. Should we trust Vigilance?
I'll let you go first, bro.
Do you think? He's shaking his head already.
You're thinking too long, so that means no.
I guess time will tell.
Time will tell. I'm gonna say, yeah, you can trust her, man. Can you trust anybody 100%? I mean, she's on Earth. She's dealing with the government. She's under the impression they're lying to her. Only person that seems like she can trust is Hot Shot, and Hot Shot trusts her.
Yeah, Hot Shot trusts her. Hot Shot. That's what I was gonna say earlier when we was in the Hate Carla panel. Hot Shot doesn't have trouble communicating with most people. So for him not to be able to talk to Carla means that it's something there. He got good intuition.
And we always come back to Carla.
What'd you say, Daddy? You think we should trust Vigilance?
I don't know. I mean, you know, we've seen. Let's look at what we've seen. In the pages of Hot Shot, we've seen her put down Void permanently. She's a soldier. She's part of the EHD. So does that mean that she can't be trusted? We saw the words that she delivered to Hot Shot in issue 6. She showed zero remorse. However, in Hotshot issue 9, after the events of Vigilance 1 through 3, she's been doing some soul searching, trying to figure things out. If you look at her words, and she thanks Mike, directly for checking her shit, basically. Thank you for keeping me in check. So there shows maybe some remorse. I've had a second thought. I've looked at it. Maybe the way I felt isn't so good. That's a good sign. Like I mentioned, we get a little glimmer of light in the uncertainty of darkness that Vigilance is in right now. So see where that goes.
I see, and the thing that scares me is that I don't think Hotshot is strong enough at this point to take Vigilance if she turns. If she
absolutely not, because he was not strong enough in issue 5.
Yeah, right. So he gonna need some more teammates, or he gonna need to train a little bit more before that point comes. If she turns, it's gonna be bad for everybody.
Hey, just know that first off, Danny, I respect the hell out of your comic book fandom. I really do. And we love comic books just as much as if not more. So we definitely got some big story notes that we have planned. We are very serious about these books and the content that we're trying to bring. There are tons of books that we are fans of, that we look up to, and we want to deliver, if not more, but at least the same level of geekdom that we've gotten from reading these books.
So just to Shaggy, to answer kind of your comment or your question there. Yes, we know what Void says. Make way for the darkness, extinguish the light. But can we cast out the darkness with light? You gotta think about that.
Preach. Get out here.
Okay, I think I got my feel for tonight. I got a couple more things that I wanna dive into. I got some more research to do in Vigilance #1 here. So I'm gonna call it a night for y'all. I'm about to go to a haunted house with my family, and then as soon as I get back, I'm gonna find Vigilance #1 somewhere. Why isn't Vigilance in the store right now? What's going on with that?
I thought it was up there. I didn't realize it wasn't up there.
I don't think Vigilance #1 is in the. I don't think the Vigilance series is in the store.
Hotshot #1 digital's not there.
Yeah, Sean told me he's restocked on all the books and been sending them out. I'll look again. I may just, because I'm so used to going there, I might just automatically put it there because I see all the books there. But I'll check again. But last time I saw it was up there.
Make sure you check that, because I would have got it today if it would have been there. I'd have made it happen.
All right.
So
I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate throughout today and talking to you throughout all of these conversations, and I will not allude to exactly when or what or how, but knowing what you're taking from the series, the things you're picking up on, the questions you have, leads me to believe that we're telling a great story, and we're heading in the right direction. And again, once everything's laid out, all the cards are on the table, it's all going to connect, and you'll see that full picture.
Hey man, I'm gonna be around at least until Hotshot 100. So let's make it happen.
That's what's up. Appreciate it, man. We're about to get into the next one. It was a pleasure having you as the host tonight.
Yeah, have a good night.
Awesome. This is our last one. Haley, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey.
Seriously, you text me, and then as soon as I look down to look at your text, you put me on screen.
Sorry. I didn't plan it. I thought it would take a little. That's some instant. Yeah, that's some good service right there. Yeah, we're about to roll into our last panel. We're waiting for Alyssa to get in here. We got D Coop in here. Shoot. We're waiting for a few people or whatnot, but we got plenty. This is the panel. This is the one. We saved the best for last. We got to announce all of our stuff. Well, a lot of stuff that we have coming. We want to talk about it. Things that are just in the works. It's crazy. How have you enjoyed FSKDAY today?
I've enjoyed it. I mean, on one hand, it's felt a little hectic. for me, just because I'm like, okay, well, I got this panel at this time and I got this panel at this time. How much time do I have in between these to run around and do a few things that I need to do while still catching some panels and all? And on one hand, like, I love that because it reminds me so much of the one con that I've been to so far. I don't know where I was going with that because I've loved today. I haven't really seen a downside.
Vic should be coming back for this panel. We can do something with the freestyle. I'll try to model age.
I will say that today has felt like a convention. I mean, I can't believe that it's almost been 12 hours for us plugging away, and the day's kind of flown by, and it has had that chaotic, busy feel where it's, from one thing to the next. And I think it's been a good day so far.
Thank you, Tony, man. I appreciate that. It really has not felt like a 12-hour day. It really has not. Also, we need to do a total update. Where are we at?
Well, maybe it doesn't feel that way to you, Mike, because you're epic.
Aw. Oh, shoot.
All right, we got anything else to add?
No.
And Andy, really? 20 more?
We're at $579.
We're at $579 collected today for FSKDAY. Thank you so much. That's what's up. So that means we've got to collect $420 some odd dollars in this last panel. We can do it. Oh my goodness gracious! I've enjoyed it, and I think that's probably why, because it has felt like a comic book convention all day today. It's felt like a comic book convention, and I haven't been one of those in a very long time, and it's fun to be at a comic book convention. Let's see here. I'm looking for my panels. Where are they? They should be coming. Oh, there they go. Brad, thank you. Oh, Haley trust me, I got my next 4 shows on Chat and Draw have Kickstarters that Haley's gonna go get. Don't worry.
Oh, I also mentioned that JNJ Quick, our last host on our last panel, he's got a Kickstarter that he's running right now.
Oh yes, we forgot to plug that for King Supreme.
Yeah, so I'm gonna drop that link right there in the thread. But yeah, make sure that you check out the Kickstarter that I'm about to throw in there in the comments of the live stream for JNJ Quick's current Kickstarter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're waiting for one more person. Brad should be in there. Let's go. We're waiting for Brad. Brad. Oh no, don't do that. What's up, Big D?
What's good, yo?
Day's been great. We're at $572 raised today.
That's what I'm talking about. That's good stuff.
Hey, Jen said that you said something about a freestyle rap today.
I said black mom maybe. What's that mean, Mike?
What you say?
What is a black mom's maybe? What's that mean?
That shit ain't happening.
See, told you. Boom. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I said maybe. She said maybe is yes. I'm like, not in the black community. This is a black mom maybe. Okay.
I did not know it was a black mom's maybe. If I'd have known that,
I'll screenshot what I said if I need to. Black mom's maybe.
Oh shoot! All right, well we can probably get rolling, and once Brad gets in here, we can pop Brad in. Actually, let me just double check one more time. Oh, yep, there he goes. Looks like he's coming. All right, so we're gonna do this. Hey, let's do this one more time. I felt like I was in the Spider-Verse. All right, so FSKDAY is coming to a close. This is our final panel of the night. For those of you that have been with us all day, oh my God, you're troopers. Thank you so much. For those of you that have been tagging in and out, thank you again. You're just as important as the people who've been all day. Those of you that have been donating, sharing, participating, I cannot thank you enough. There is not enough thank yous in my vocabulary or energetic voice that I can give you for all of this today, because this has been spectacular. And so one more time, FSK Day, we're trying to raise money to make comic books. You can donate as much as you want, but all we're looking for is $1. At the bottom of the screen, there's a little ticker going across. You can donate to our Cash App, our Venmo, and our PayPal as much as you want. Or you can go to shortfusemediagroup.com to buy some comic books because we always deliver. But maybe you want some t-shirts that are on sale. They are on sale for $13, and we sold a bunch of t-shirts today. Go check those out at T Republic. All those links are in this post. They're in the main comment section above the comments right there. So tag them, link them in there. And we have these awesome prints because it's not a game. Where's the Venom print? Jesus.
Hey, listen, I think you need to count the t-shirt sales as part of the promotional aspects of this.
Oh, no, I did. That's where we're at. We did already.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Look, I'm just catching up. That's my fault. That's my fault.
Let me stop that screen. Let me share. All right, let me show you this real quick. So we got 3 prints, exclusive prints today, courtesy of me and Veronica, that you want to get. Here's Hot Shot Venomized.
Wow.
Nice.
No, you calling that
That's
wrong.
awesome.
You calling that wrong. It's not Hot Shot Venomized.
It's what is it, Nick?
It's Hot Shot Pure Darkness. That's Hot Shot the Wicked.
Hey, that is why he's the hardest working man in comics. This print is going for $10. Veronica and I will. Oh yeah, we printed it. Where's it at?
Is it behind me?
Yeah, it's going for $10. Veronica and I will sign it. We'll print out your copy fresh as a crystal print. Right there.
Yeah.
Look at that gloss.
Nice.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Gloss on
Yeah,
that bad boy.
that's beautiful.
Yeah. So we'll sign that, but we also have these 2 other exclusive prints, which bam, Hot Shot Saw Spider.
I feel that. Me anytime I see one.
And Vigilance pulls up the Titanic. All right, Brad's not able to make it. Thoughts and prayers go out there with him, man. Hope everything turns out good for you, man. But I'll still announce what Brad is doing with us. Boom. All right, so we're about to get this rolling. And 3, 2, 1, 0.5. Brandon. Awesome. Haley is our host today for our final panel. Also, the editor at Freestyle Comics, editing over Emerald Quest.
Yep.
What?
And Mike, how come you didn't mention that there's not only t-shirts? I mean, not on the on sale, but you can get a bunch of FSK prints on different kinds of things. Because a couple days ago, I ordered myself a laptop bag and a sticker.
I thought it was Danny Cooper.
No, it was me. I got the laptop bag, a normal bag, and then a sticker.
Oh,
so come on, you got to mention that stuff too, because some people might be thinking, "Hey, I don't know what shirt size I should go with." You can still support us by getting a sticker you put on your laptop or something like that.
Hey, that's why she's part of the team. That's why she's part of the team.
There it is.
But that's not the point of this panel, though I still felt it should be mentioned. This is our last panel, which is kind of shocking. It's for some people, it might have felt like a long day because you guys have been doing this the whole time. But also, I feel like it's flown by because we've had some amazing people on here, just like we have some amazing people on this panel. I'm kind of sad that this is the last thing that we're gonna have. But hey, we're gonna give them a great show, finish it all up, all nice and let them know what's coming up with FSK.
Right.
So, Mike, what we got coming up?
Oh, I think we should introduce. We got somebody new on the team also.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm Mike Watson. I'm the publisher of Short Fuse Media Group, founder of Freestyle Comics, and I work on, I do a lot. Let's just leave it at that. Dan?
Danny Cooper, editor-in-chief, lead letter. Going to be a writer once I finish up the story for taking over the reins of writing Heroes International. I think that covers everything.
Veronica Smith, executive editor, lead colorist.
Yeah. Alyssa?
Hi, I'm Elisa Sanchez, and I'm a new creator creating a new comic called Taijutsu Gates.
Not just a new comic, an awesome comic.
Hey.
Thank you.
I have no idea why I'm on this panel. What are we doing here? What is happening? Listen. I'm so tired after all day longing this FSKDAY. It's been a lot of fun though. No, I'm teasing. I'm Victor Dangerous, hardest working man in comics. One of the original writers of Freestyle Comics, getting to see the genesis of great many things and seeing exactly where things are going. So I can't wait to hear about what's cooking to see where things have gone.
Is that why he's the old father? Because he's one of the originals?
Definitely. Yep.
All right, so I'm just gonna pull a Robert Kirkman. We're just gonna get into it. We're just gonna go right down the list. I'm not gonna waste any time. If you guys got questions about specific projects after I announce them, we will do that. We will do that. Hachi, yep. Hey, yeah, man. What's up, man? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, it is. It was finished earlier from your suggestion. If he said cheese brought me here. Can someone link the prints? Oh, just tell us if you want the prints. All you have to do is send the money to the PayPal that's going down there, or Cash App, or Venmo. Each print is $10. So if you want all three of them, it's $30 plus $3 for shipping. And then you can just message me your address and stuff once you've confirmed that you sent the funds. All right, so let's go. So I let this drop a little earlier. It is official. In case you have not been keeping up with the books, we had a crossover Adventures in-house. And that was the Scribble War that we gave to y'all online. But there's a couple pages that we still have to finish for it, to put in there to make it a whole thing. And all right, Jen is always correcting me.
Because you always need correction.
But we are turning that into a book. It is a new title that will come out. It will complete our crossover event. As we started it in issue 9, 3, and 3 of Heroes, Hotshot, and Vigilance. And that is going to be, think of it like our Marvel vs. DC from back in the day. That's exactly what we did. And that's going to be a new book that's coming out from us very early next year, because all we got to do is bind it and send it to the printer. All right? So that was very fun. Between Victor and I, we did 24 comic pages.
That's crazy. I don't like to draw. I don't even know how that's possible.
Like I said, that was in 3 days.
3 days we did all that, battling each other. What's so dope about that is that it wasn't just a comic book battle between characters. It was a battle between Victor and I, like online. That was so awesome.
Definitely Battle of the Minds.
Yes. Absolutely.
Especially that last little bit, that ending.
The cheating, the multi team up of Danny and Mike that I had to suffer. Yes, indeed.
I don't know. Yeah.
And if you want to know what we're talking about, just buy the book.
Yeah.
Truth.
And then Emerald Quest number 1, number 2 complete. Number 3 getting lettered, and I think there's like 3 more pages to color on Emerald Quest number 3. So when we drop that first issue, there will not be a real delay when the next issue comes out. So you will be able to finally jump into the world of Emerald Quest. And as the number 1 issue and number 2 issue are getting remixed, Well, I won't even say number 2 issue is going to get remixed because it hasn't been released ever. The number 1 issue is getting remixed, a throwback to Hot Shot number 1 remix that we did back in the day. We're going to be doing that with the number 1 cover. Felt like we need to do something a little extra special for releasing it under the Short Fuse Media Group banner. All right. Taijutsu Gates, brand new comic with our lead creative, Alyssa over here. That book is going to be awesome. It is put together by Jerry Faminard, and Andy Shaggy is editor. Jerry's writing it. Alyssa is seeing over it as the creator and guiding it through. So we are putting together her vision. We're still looking for the perfect artist for it and whatnot, but the script is done. Script was done. Put it in the box.
Thank you again, Mike, for a great team. They're really nice and they're great people to work with.
I wanted to put you with some people that would make you feel comfortable for your first book.
And you did just that. Thank you.
And I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Elisa, she brought this to FSK through a Kickstarter report, correct?
No, I found her through a Kickstarter report.
Okay.
So like Alyssa, like I found her on our Vigilance Kickstarter, and then she got like she really dug Vigilance, and she got the cameo cover of her character with Vigilance, and we had incredible Mike Lancet draw that for us, and Veronica colored it. And I was looking at this character, man, this character's dope. I was like, how invested is she in this? And then I go to her page, she's got pin-ups for days of this character. Then she got an animated trailer of this character. I said, virtual phone call. Alyssa, are you trying to make a comic book? What's up?
I feel like, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I felt like the animation is the one that won you over because I was just talking to you, and then as soon as I gave you the animation, you're like, "Hey, what's up? My name is Mike," and I'm like, "Oh, right."
So I will say that knowing Mike, as long as I have, knowing how many video games he's always chosen, when you get a choice to play as the male hero or the female, he always picks the female. So when he gets a glimpse of a badass female character, that's what's going to spark his interest. Like, guarantee the concept of your character that pulled him in.
Dude, it absolutely true. It was absolutely was. The character was just, and the trailer was so dope because I was like, she was battle damaged a bit, and she got up and she was a little wobbly, and she looked at the camera and just set the world on fire. I was like, damn, okay, let's go. All right, brand new title is coming to FSK, Honey Badger and Her Amazing Friends. If you have listened to a podcast called Cosmic Geppetto podcast, you know I've been on there and I did illustration of the cast and myself as comic superheroes. I did an older version of Hotshot, older in his age or whatnot. And Brad is the creator of the series and he's writing it. He's put together 4 great scripts for it. It's a 4-issue miniseries. And it's in a time where Hotshot it's not an old man Logan version because Hotshot doesn't die, but he definitely stopped being a hero for a bit in this version of the story. And I'm not going to tell you where it takes place in his life, but it's super fun. Like when I read it, it reminded me very much so of a super dope animated series, a re-envisioning of it or whatnot. So I wish Brad was here so we can shout that so he could talk about it a little bit more. But I was very excited, and after I read, I immediately hit up Daniel like, "Hey, we're doing this. Like, this is dope, and he wants to bring this to our world." And I got a cool twist for it. We're gonna be releasing also early next year, Hotshot and Friends, all done by Veronica Smith. All right.
Yeah, so the goal is that we're gonna start that as a web comic, start putting those out, and then we're gonna pull those together. Throw colors on them and things like that, but we're going to pull them together for Kickstarter rewards or possibly even additional content for some of the things we're going to be bringing in 2021.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it. It's like classic Sunday comic strips. It looks so cute and hilarious. It's like perfect. The designs for it, like Veronica does the teddy bear book.
The Teddy Bear Tales.
Teddy Bear Tales.
Created by Nick Davis.
And it's like she brought all that experience right to this comic strip. It's just perfect. It's a perfect little skit comedy thing. And Ren's gonna hate it because there's a lot more human. But you know, that's the world we live in. Next up, the source book. Source book number 2, source book number 3, done, completely done. And those are going to be dropping with some of the Kickstarters we have going. Then we have Hotshot issue 0 is going to be getting lettered. So we're going to put words to issue 0, and that's going to be going one of our Kickstarters that we're doing. And one of those Kickstarters is Hotshot Trade Volume 1, Hotshot Trade Volume 2. So we'll be doing that as well. So we have not been sitting on our hands. We have been very, very, very busy with this. And our final thing that I'm going to show you before I open up the floor for everybody to talk, and Haley's going to definitely be talking here about her experience with Emerald Quest. It's just a lot of stuff here that we've been working on and we've just been waiting to talk about, is the Zero event. Zero event number 1. And again, I'm not going to waste any time talking about it. I'm just going to show you. Welcome to page 1. Oh my God, it's incredible. Written by Victor Dandridge. Drawn by Mike Lancet. Colored by Veronica Smith. Actually taken by Veronica Smith, because she said to us, no one else is allowed to color this because I don't trust them. I'm going to color it.
Listen, when the boss speaks, you listen.
Exactly. Letters and editorial by Danny Cooper over here on this book. This is page 1, and right now what you're seeing is your first glimpse at Nemesis. And I'm not going to tell you who the other character is because that'd be too much. That'd be too much. But I am going to show you this absolute fire that we have in this book so far. And I cannot wait for you to get your hands on this.
As soon as you said that's all you were going to say, I heard Danny J. Quick in my head, like, no!
Hey, Danny J. Quick went to a haunted house with his family. And you know he loves seeing spoilers. So. Yeah, but my goodness, man. This just reminds me of Justice League Unlimited, Batman Animated Series, like all that. Mike Lancet is doing a service to Victor Dandridge's words over here. And look, you know, I have this thing I say, this is going to win a daytime Emmy.
Can we keep scrolling through some of these though?
Okay, yeah. I love the colors on this map. Like the words tell a story, the art tells a story, the colors tell a story. So when Veronica's saying she doesn't trust anybody, man, she really put in work. Like this is incredible work here.
All I know is that wicketized Hotshot looks like it came straight out of this. That's all I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah. That's a double page spread right there.
Y'all gonna want to pay attention to this part. I know what happens.
And yeah, that is Vigilance. So Danny J. Quick gonna be mad he went to the hunt.
He is. This looks good.
Yeah.
This looks so good.
There we go. Awesome. And we were literally just talking about Vigilance and her history and connection.
That's creepy.
Ain't it? I love how the floor is lit.
Whoever wrote that is a mad person, needs to be checked in on. For real.
Checked in on?
Yeah. Y'all need to call Arkham, Artem, everybody. Call them all. Ooh, what is he doing the jutsu?
He doing the jutsu.
I love it.
Man. Look at this. That's crazy.
I'm angry because this is the first time that I've seen it, so I'm trying to be all professionary right now. I'm trying to. These are wonderful pages. On the inside, I'm like, these are awesome. My heart's just kicking. Wow. Veronica, would you mind standing up and taking a bow, please? Because Lance's art was dope. You have definitely upgraded us. Wow.
Wow. I love that teleport out.
I know.
that he called on his inner Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
For that out. That's the dopest moment of that movie. And that's what it makes me think of. Order shows
Show up.
They just drop in. That
And I think this is
Y'all got me looking like I know what I'm doing around here. This is
being from an editorial perspective, it's been just a pleasure to do my part, and you know, I'm going to start putting letters on this very soon. But it's been an utter pleasure to work on this. I saw Mike Lancett's art a few years ago, first on Instagram, and just I fell in love with it. It made a comment to me that you were Bruce Timm, so much, and he was like, oh, that's a huge compliment, and to get a chance to work with him has been tremendous, even to the point where kind of similar to Veronica kind of putting her foot down, like, I'm coloring this. No one else is.
Like, do you have anybody yet? Like, don't.
I had to, like,
I don't know who you're.
Vic, I know you letter books, but I gotta be able to letter this to be
Nah, bro. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. You know what I'm saying? Pull the EIC card. I am not mad. I'm sorry. I'm the editor-in-chief of this here series here.
And
that's mine.
The biggest compliment Lancet gave me was, as we went through the editorial work and not a lot of corrections, just minor changes, is that when he released the third issue of his book that he's doing everything on, unknowingly paid me a huge compliment and said that, what the edits we went through on Zero Event made him a better storyteller.
That's awesome.
Wow,
that's awesome.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah.
Thank you. Super huge.
Oh my God.
I can't release any dates yet, but know that because we have this much work in process, stuff is going to start dropping soon. And once that stuff starts dropping, it's not gonna stop. A part of it is I'm also once I secure a couple other things, like once we get an artist for sure on the new Vigilance issue, because that script is ready to roll, to at least start drawing on anyway. And once I get done with the inks of Hot Shot 10, and the greedy part of me is also Hot Shot 11, something that I've learned from being in this comic book game and part of like several discussions that Veronica and Danny and I have had is I'm not trying to pop my shot off so quick. The more something that goes back to what Victor and I learned, the more content we have to release on a regular basis, the more our fandom rises. When you just have stuff available to give people, they keep coming back. And when they come back and they want more and you have more to give them, that's unheard of. When we did the first 2 issues of Hot Shot back to back every other month, and they came out, first 3 when they came out exactly when we said they were going to come out, people told us, that's crazy. You're doing a 22-page full color superhero book in the indie scene. That's unheard of. We didn't know that was unheard of. We just wanted to make a comic book. That's all we wanted to do. And I've said this on other panels. We have, or me specifically, I've fucked up before. I have fallen on my face, and I've had just as many successes as I have failed. And I'm still not perfect. I mean, there'll be a time where Danny and Vic will get in my chest about some shit, like flat out, and try to get me together. Because I'm still learning. And I'm just telling you, when the stuff just drops, I just want it to keep coming. I'm trying to build us enough of a leeway that stuff just keeps dropping. So by the time 4 of those comics are out, the next 2 issues and Vigilance is done. I just want to keep the chamber loaded, baby. That's and I'm done. I'm gonna let everybody else talk about the project. So why don't we hear from Haley? She is the new editor, one of the new editors on Emerald Quest, and she has brought a lot of clarity to that book. I was very excited to bring her on, and we're going to create some magic with Emerald Quest.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Emerald Quest is awesome. I wish that there was more than just the 1 issue out already. Whenever I tell people about it, they're like, oh, well, where can I get this? How many are out? And when I tell them 1, they're like, well, why isn't there more? And I totally understand that, because I felt the same way after I read it. And we're going to be giving a lot. Like, I'm not going to say anything, and Danny J. Quick doesn't know this and is not going to know this, but there is a big secret, and you're going to want to know Emerald Quest.
Do I know what the secret is?
Yes, you do.
Okay. I ain't gonna say no.
I mean, that's all I can say. It's an awesome story. It's just been getting better and better as we've all developed over time. And you're going to want to know Emerald Quest and our awesome characters.
And I definitely want to say that, to Haley's credit and LaShawn Colvin's credit for being editor on the book as well. Mike mentioned that we're kind of doing a remix version of the book, as we've never officially released this through Short Fuse Media. I think that, as we grow as creators and we kind of tend to have more people on our team that we can rely upon, we found ourselves in that situation where we're able to take a step back and, talking earlier about how to make a story flow, we can look at what we have and say, you know what, let's fix this. And it starts with honest, true feedback from creators and teammates that we can trust. And that's what we've seen with the first issue of Emerald Quest and where we plan to take it and what we hope to see in the future. And as the EIC perspective, I appreciate the work that Haley and LaShawn have been putting in on this title.
And Andrea too.
Oh, and Andrea to help make this a better story, a better property. Mike will be quick to tell you that he is not experienced to writing and needs help, and that's okay to say that. And I think that's important. And again, we don't want to just be making comics. We want to be making the best comics we can. That doesn't mean we don't take a step back and fix what we've already completed to make sure that we make it better.
Yeah, and it was a compliment and a diss too when LaShawn came over to Emerald Quest and Haley gave me all her feedback. She wrote down a bunch of notes, gave them to me. Andrea gave me her feedback on everything, and then LaShawn was like, "Baby, didn't you make Hot Shot? I read this and I just didn't know." Which, to its own credit, shows how much we have grown with the Vigilance and Hot Shot series in our production level, but also what happens when the proper pieces aren't put in place to make a book, when things are rushed. And
Mike's being nice right now.
When things are rushed and due to my own excitement and just pushing things forward because I was like, oh my God, I'm going to have another book. Oh,
well,
yay.
It's the classic, just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Ooh, Jeff Goldblum.
Exactly what that was.
Yeah.
And Mike's leaving some bits out of the story just as professionalism.
All right. So, but it definitely is something that, it needed to be said. So there are some things writing wise that I want to correct and add on to for Emerald Quest 1 to give it that remix title. And it's going to punch it out because LaShawn, Andrea, and Haley all agreed. It was like, man, what you guys wrote for the third issue was great. Like, this whole third issue was put together. I was like, yeah, because, yeah, you know why. So we need to go back and give it the same treatment. Although, and it's not to say that, we didn't enjoy issue 1 or issue 1 isn't good or whatnot to a certain degree, because the people that have read issue 1 and bought it like it. I like it, but does not mean things can't be improved.
Yeah, and we want them to love it. We want them to read issue 1 and absolutely be back for issue 2 and issue 3. Not just make that initial sell. We want to hook them and pull them in for the additional issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll get to know more with the source book.
Yes, you will, because source book number 3 is featured for Emerald Quest. And the last hint I will say, and then I'm gonna let Alyssa talk about her experience with Touches Two Gates, is that Emerald Quest does take place in the Hot Shot universe, and it is a key factor to it. So, yes, so you're gonna want to keep up with it. You're gonna want to keep up with it.
I can see Damon J. Quick now all of them came like, what? Making it figure out what that means.
We're going to get messages later from him like, man, I leave for half an hour, and y'all just dissing me.
All right, Alyssa.
Yes.
All right, so tell us about Taijutsu Gates. Why do we want to know about this book? Why do we want this to be the next comic book that we pick up?
Well, the synopsis of the story is basically it's a young bounty hunter named Alyssa, and she's just doesn't have any memories of her past, but she takes cases with her friends, and along the story, she's investigating a local kidnapping in the town she's staying in, and it turns out that there's this group of gang called the Collectors that have a tie-in to her past. So they gain some new information about it where her and her friends are like, all right, let's go after it. Let's figure out like all about like her past. And some things are seldom easy when now by going out to discover this group, they kidnapped her best friend into a portal, and it turns out there's a whole other world with more questions than answers. So I highly recommend this comic because I've been sitting on this story for like 15 years, and I didn't think it would go anywhere. And somehow I learned that if you help other people with their comics, it turns out you'll find a great team, such as FSK, who I stumbled upon.
That's so beautiful. I know, right? Like,
hard to do.
Good job.
So I think it's important to throw out that we will be seeing Taijutsu Gates in the pages of Vigilance.
Yes. Issue number 4, Alyssa will be making her first comic book appearance in that book.
That's awesome.
Yes. Veronica, tell us about Hot Shot and Friends. What's that about?
It's just gonna be a little collection of just little short, kind of like just what Mike said earlier, just the little dailies, like little shorts. There are a couple little stories that are a few strips long, but it's mostly just trying to be a lighthearted, fun, little bit campy. Because I'm like some people, I'm a fan of Thor Ragnarok. I like the campy fun stuff.
Hey, we all are too. We love Thor Ragnarok.
Oh yeah.
So I wanted to kind of bring that into the world of Hot Shot in a fun chibi style, which is more my style of drawing, which is more of a cartoony.
One thing I can say about Veronica's title she's working on, it felt really good to be able to back off of it, because Veronica knows enough about the FSK universe to where she could just scribe that, and like she sent us stuff, and me and Danny were like, yeah, that's good. That works. She's like, you sure? You don't? No, Veronica, that
and recurring. There's gonna be recurring burrito.
Mesquite burritos.
Where he's trying to eat the burrito, but something always happens right before he's about to take that first blissful bite.
It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so awesome. These things are gonna be great. Victor, I got your boy working on a special cover. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm waiting for the layout. Look, I didn't give y'all
special cover for what?
That look of confusion.
Special cover for what?
Hey, that's your epic. I'm getting mine too.
Special cover for what?
So Danny, you want to?
No. I'll text Keith right now.
Oh,
I will text Keith right now.
Running away. All right, here's
Oh.
We're going to close out the current story arc, Back to Basics. It's a 3-issue story arc, starting with issue 3. I'm taking over writing on issue 4 and 5. And then, we've got a lot of fun stuff planned. We're going to put Heroes International through the ringer. We're really going to challenge these characters and force them to grow. And just as they're starting to grow, we're going to make things hard for them again. I'd love to get a little tease of what we were looking to do with issue 6. Do you care? I throw that out there.
No,
tease.
So because Danny J. Quick's not on here, with issue 6, we're looking to start our new story arc, and we'll call it Villains International. We'll just kind of leave it at that. So, so working on that now. I've got, Vic, I've got your feedback that, I'm taking a step back to look at what I've got for issue 4. I've already kind of laid out half of issue 5, and I want to make sure that the story makes sense. We want to make sure that we're challenging these characters, but we're also showing that opportunity for growth throughout this specific story.
Yeah,
and Ren's gonna love issue 4.
He is.
He's not gonna like issue 5.
One of the things that I'm excited about for Heroes International is I really love issue 1 and 2 because it helps establish the course correction that is needed for the actual characters of the book, because they're just this explosion. They're just this explosion of randomness that they need to meld as a team. And so now with this new story, this current story arc that we have, it's going to put them on that course. And I'm a big fan of comics, right? So we get to introduce our version of the Danger Room. They're going to get uniforms. And if you read the source book #1, it's connected to Heroes International 3. If you read that one, you know that they secured their funding because of those secret files. So Heroes International is going to be properly funded now, and it's going to open up a new world. So the route that we took, while wasn't the intention, is getting us to where we need to be with it. But it all makes sense, which is
I think if you to look behind the curtain, behind the scenes. I had a talk with Mike probably 2 years ago now. And we were talking about how, we're building this universe, we're building this world, but at the same time, there's a cost of producing books.
Yeah.
And you want to make every dollar that you invest in it to mean something. So we had a conversation about where Heroes International stood in the grand scheme of the FSK universe, and we want it to mean something. Not that it didn't before, but we really wanted to play a strong part. And at one point, we talked about canceling Heroes International.
Yeah.
Because we were like, you know what? We can stop right now and just focus on producing Hotshot and Vigilance, and we continue, and we can still build on that universe. But then we talked more and more, and came up with these ideas of what we can do with Heroes International, and tie it into things that are happening in Hotshot and Alex Remington, and these stories of actually making Heroes International. Maybe not one day they won't be that team that sucks, and let's grow them to that point, and let's make them serve a purpose in this universe.
Right on.
I don't even understand.
Hey, it's like we're grown up now.
Nah, man. Listen. On a purely selfish level, and this will kill two birds with one stone. I think I'm Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, making comics, being nerdy, fantastic, uncanny, incredible storylines. Y'all got plenty. Here's the thing. Heroes International and Zero Event, these were throwaway ideas that when I wrote them, they weren't supposed to mean what you have made them mean. Like you have taken something that was just supposed to be a blip, little character building, if at best that, and you have literally built an entire universe. It is one of the greatest compliments that I can receive as a creative. And I have to dole out like a big bundle of roses to you all for what you've actually made it. Like, this is incredible. Like, this is the reason why, like you're saying, I'm claiming nobody else is allowed to write the Zero Event. Mike played around with etching out some notes, and I kicked in the door and was like, nah. You don't touch the Zero Event.
My beer.
You don't touch the Zero Event.
Absolutely did.
I'm being honest.
Hit me again, you.
No, Vic. I mean, it's a credit to you, though. I mean, I call you, and I'm going to throw it out there until it sticks. The architect of FSK, because you drew out the blueprints.
Yeah.
You put them there, whether your intent was for us to use those or not. How many times have people come back and ask, so what's the Zero Event? What was that? What happened? And
years.
when when they see this issue, when they get to that last page, you know, people are going to be mad that issue 2 is not available when they get to that last page. It's a credit to what the foundation that you laid down. So many opportunities and ideas that you put there that gave us the chance to run with those and you know, eventually give the fans what we want to give them. You know, and I think that, again, we've had conversations. I know that there's other indie creators and other labels that have put out 10 issues of their books or whatever it may be, but we are really trying to create this universe where these books all tie together. We've talked about it where we're changing, like we're going to keep the numbering of each title, but we're actually going old school DC back to the Death of Superman days where we're actually going to number, like, here's the proposed reading order.
Yeah.
You know, yes, you can just read Vigilance, but we recommend reading all of these books in this order. We've had multiple conversations about how we should break that down for the best reading experience possible. Like, we're really trying to create a universe here.
Yeah, all the way. And when you get somebody that's like a Danny J. Quick and he starts to put some things together that you weren't expecting him to put together, like, it shows because like I can't even be mad because it's there. I can't even be mad. The evidence and the it's just in the book. We have put it there, and he is. I'm not gonna tell him what he's on to, but he's on to something, and I'm real mad that he is.
And that's fine as long as he doesn't touch my Emerald Quest.
Hey, I told Danny J. Quick, get his hacking ass off my Google Drive. He is done. You know, we might have to just put him on a title so he can stop looking at stuff.
Danny J. Quick right now is like, you work in an office and he's either walked past you, read an email over your shoulder, or one of us left something on the printer and he got some inside information.
Right.
He's over there at the water cooler. That's a very interesting idea you had there, sir.
I wanted to put my say something to Mike earlier, but I was afraid he was going to read my lips and do what I was saying.
Mike, I just messaged you something. I need you to read it and see what you think. Can you do that, like, right quick? Like, grab your phone, read it. I just want to see. It's an idea, and y'all can see it in real time how this happens. Inspiration strikes. Wow! It's like that. It's like that.
And Danny's immediately like, grab phone. What?
So here's what I love.
Show's done.
No, here's what I love about the mental link we all share is that I've already thought that we need to do something like that at some point, because if not, it's coming out of left field. So, yeah.
There it is. Okay. We'll share this with the rest of the team, the rest of the squad. Yes.
Your excitement.
It's
my happy dance. It's my happy writer dance. Look at his face. Look at his face.
It's great.
I'm so
That's
happy.
great.
I want to tell y'all about the new book I'm working on, but I can't do that.
Why not? You can tell us on the way out. Just say it real quick and then cut it off.
James just ordered a Venomized Hot Shot. Thank you.
Oh, snap.
Let me go ahead and print that bad boy up. Print it up fresh. That's 13.
Oh, yeah, 13.
We're going to print it up fresh right now.
I like that.
Because that's what
order.
Oh, and we're over 4 hours, so anything we say right now, I don't think
it's getting recorded.
Yeah, I don't think Danny J. Quick's gonna see it.
Oh, that's messed up. That's so messed up.
Yeah. And he sent it on
James too.
James Perry.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen Twitch streams that have been longer than 4 hours.
Well, it's still going live, which means we could have had the whole thing going on one.
It might have been. Yeah.
But StreamYard, for the level that I'm at StreamYard, it only records for 4 hours. But it might be
so
all
before
recorded.
we end, let's do a quick check. I want you to check all the sources, see if I need to add any additional funds here, so we can get our final total for the evening.
While we're doing that, Vic, talk to us about your Zero event with Mike Lansett.
So with the Zero event, what we are explaining is the death of the original Heroes International team. It is the most monumental thing because it really kickstarts a huge place in the Hotshot universe, the Hotshot mythos. And as it was first described in issue 3, It had this big mythic sort of presentation. Lois Lane wrote about it. I mean, I'm just saying that's how important it was. But to get to go back and actually showcase this story and really kind of create a different era of freestyle comics is magic. Like it's wonderful to see where things have gone, but to go back and go, okay, well, let's gird it with a little bit more of a foundation. Let's build even more onto it or underneath it so that you can have even better stories. And just as the piece that I just sent to Mike, apparently that foundation piece works really well. So
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
Still doing
And
my writer
Alyssa.
happy dance.
Yeah, we've got that comment there.
What comment? What did it say?
Oh, hey. I'll give you a really great shout out. Thank you so much.
I'll shout them out too. Winslow Peeps, what's good?
Yeah, Jordan, thank you.
Absolutely.
Alyssa gives a shout out. Oh, shoot. Winslow Peeps.
Right.
Winslow Peeps.
Everybody will represent Winslow.
Peeps.
Shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Really appreciate it.
Who highlighted it then? Because Mike's like, wait, what did I miss?
Right.
I had to move the screen away because I'm trying to get the final count from our store and stuff for the day.
Well, good catch, Veronica.
Good catch, Veronica. Hey, that's what Veronica does, man. She just
Right. Like she just comes in, swoop up for the win, Veronica. That's all I'm saying. Don't put me versus Veronica Smith. She already got the VS. I ain't doing it.
Oh, it looks. I can't even tell you. So it looks like we sold some more shirts, but I can't tell you exactly because T Republic doesn't update everything on the moment.
Respect.
Where are we at? We'll just add the shirts in later.
Yeah, we'll say right now we are at 605.
605. Hey,
That's beautiful.
Awesome.
That's beautiful.
Thank you so much to everybody that has donated, that has shared. This is on replay, so I mean, y'all want to keep giving, y'all can. But it's been a really good look. I've had an incredible day, and I got to say thank you right now to my wife because she has been holding the house down the entire day while we've been here. Watching Emma, my 4 kids. She's just been holding down the whole day while we've been doing this and getting the geek out. So shout out to my Cartman. Thank you so much. I love you and appreciate you so much for everything that you do.
Carmen's better than Carla.
But I married Carmen.
Carla is
Why are you so aggressively agreeing with me, Mike?
And Carla's misspelled. It should be Carol.
Andy just ordered 2 prints. Which 2 prints, Andy?
He just did.
He just did.
Whatever it was. He'll probably message you directly.
How much did he send you?
I don't know. Andy, where did you order them through? Did you do PayPal, Venmo, as Jen said, or Cash App?
It is Venmo.
Jordan Meyer sent us 15 because we nice. Thank you, Jordan.
Yes, thank you, Jordan.
Hey, man, y'all just don't even understand, man. Like, the inner geek in me is dying because I'm trying to be patient with this because I want all this stuff to come out. Like, real talk, like, I don't even, like, Zero Vin has been out here damn near almost done for a while. And I'm going to try to be responsible and wait until we get the 2nd issue drawn before we release the 1st issue because we have so much content that we're giving. Oh, all right, this is the last thing I'm going to tell y'all. So that reading order that Danny and I have been talking about, moving forward with our outside of the Hot Shot Trade Volume 1 and 2, outside of that, our release order is going to mimic the read order of the books. So when you come to a comic book convention, you're like, can I get the new issue of Hot Shot? You mean the new issue of Freestyle Comics, the new FSK book. Because all these books are tied together. There may not be an immediate thing that you see, but the next book in the story is going to either be a Vigilance, Hot Shot, Heroes, Emerald Quest, Digestion Gates, Cypher, Source book. I mean, damn, that's a lot of books that you'll be able to get as the next book, and you'll be able to read that in that order. What I found is that people come and they'll be like, can I get the next Hot Shot book? Oh, I don't have the next Hot Shot book because I'm drawing the next Hot Shot book, but Vigilance just came out. Oh, well, I got the 7 issues of Hot Shot. I want the new Hot Shot. I'm sorry, but Vigilance is just as good. if not better, you might like it. So check it out. So I think this will create a bit of brand awareness. And, you know.
Oh, okay. You got to highlight that one. You got to highlight that one.
What?
Andy's last one.
Reading order that you and Danny have been talking about. Mother, I am the one who's... Ah! Andy, I talk to so many people, man. And when I say the one that we've been talking about, we've been piecing it back together. What books is going to be in what order? Hey, you know what?
Mommy, daddy, stop fighting.
So, look, we'll go ahead and give Andy credit for that. Because he probably did. I don't know. I talk to y'all all the time. I can't keep up. The indie community is a lot. There's a lot of people in here, man. Conversations of creativity are sparking all over the galaxy. Just in my shit. Ideas. Here. Boom. The Big Bang. So, but that's going to be our release order moving forward. So it's you know, the next FSK title to be released in that order, and that's another reason why the books have not come out yet, because we want the right book in the right order to come out, and we have mapped that out. It's a lot, and I think it's going to be very exciting. So I think that's all that we got. We need to let this go in this because dinner's been sitting up there.
One final check on
one final check.
donations. So if there's anything else we need to add.
Also, Andy has a response, and I have a question. Are we going to get any more music? Because I love having playlists with comic book music.
Hold up. Who is you? Katie just sent us $50 on Venmo.
Wow, thank you.
Wait, does it say her last name?
Katie Yohi.
I know her. It's my friend. Thank you, Katie.
Katie's my friend now. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Which prints do you want?
Yeah, Katie, slide in my DMs. This is for work, all right? This is for work.
Anyone else?
All right, let me go back. Katie gave us that 50. Andy hit us with a did we already get Andy?
How much?
20.
20.
Wait, did we say Andy already?
Yeah, I said Andy, but was it 20 or 23?
20.
All right.
He's gonna pick his stuff up when I see him in another show.
Okay, perfect.
And we got Zachary Myers at 15.
Zachary.
James Perry sent us 13. Did you get that?
Yes.
All right, that's it. That's everything. And okay, and Haley wants the Wicked Hot Shot. So we got to print you out another one.
And Shaggy wants the Venom Hot Shot 2.
Okay, file. Oh my, hey.
Can't go down like that.
Hey man, thank you so much, everybody. That's incredible. Today has been incredible.
So I had to up mine. I want the Vigilance print. I know you're not shipping it, but that brings us to that brings us to $702.
$702 because I did the branding. I'm gonna give y'all this one because this is how good this feels. Y'all ready?
Do it.
Ooh.
What was that from Assassins? What is that?
From Assassins, baby.
Classic.
$702 raised today. Thank you so much. We did not hit the $1,000 goal, but $702 in one day in a virtual comic book convention. That's incredible.
Right, but that doesn't include the shirts, right? Or some of them.
There's some. That's not all of them. So I'll get you a final total tomorrow. Tomorrow it's going to be. I have a Lovecraft panel at 7:00 before the season finale of it. So I will probably be offline. I'm going to do a big thank you tomorrow. I will do that. But I'll be offline most of the day until Lovecraft, and I will give you guys the total final numbers and everything. Thank you so much.
I love
That
that.
was incredible.
I love that.
I don't even know what to leave y'all with. You know what? I'm gonna leave y'all with a Carla testimonial.
The one thing I would say about Carla is I definitely feel like there was an insecurity already. I mean, after she found out that he was a superhero, she then became insecure about another young woman who was also a superhero. And that is often something you see with Black women, where we seek the attention because we feel like we don't get it, which is understandable, but we kind of go into every relationship with that mindset because maybe we didn't get the attention before, which creates an insecurity. So then we walk into a new relationship with an insecurity. Of course, in this case, this is so much more deeper because he had a higher calling. And sometimes, you know, even with the best friend, she knew, and there probably was a struggle with the best friend knowing, and not her knowing, and Carla not knowing. So she had that weight to carry. But I believe Hotshot knew because of where Carla could have been. I believe Carla, I'm not saying Carla was there, but it sounds like to me that with everything that she knew, there was still some deep-rooted insecurity. So it's understandable. And after all that, he broke up with her. So he loved her so much, but then he still broke up with her. So that would also suggest there was an insecurity.
Okay. We are peeling back the layers of this onion. All right. Now, it's been getting hot over here with the social media and everybody with the campaign for Carla, and they hate her. But I agree with you. I think there are other things going on with the character that just haven't been revealed yet, that, you know, everybody should jump to conclusions. But let's see what our panelists have to say about this bomb that you have just dropped into the panel room. Back to you, Danny Cooper. All right, everybody.
And Danny's gone.
Thank you so much, everybody. So glad that you all were able to participate and help us reach this goal. $702 in one freaking day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But I'm done. I'm complete. And I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves today. Share this. It's up on YouTube. All three parts up on YouTube. Good night, everyone. And I got nothing else.